dun, dun, dun. I believe. What channel is it live on? You haven't got the Rising of Chicanery thing, do you? Yeah, but I say another person's about to stream.
Sam.
Yes, Toot's dad.
What's up?
Food.
What are you trying
What
to do?
thing is it you're trying to do?
Oh.
Cool. I'm going to go back to finishing this last song then.
That's fine.
If I knew that we were streaming live on YouTube, I would have put a bit more effort.
Likewise.
Fair.
now, now I
Right,
have to
I'm
track
going to
you
finish
down.
this song.
What's the channel? I'll check. What's the channel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You're gonna tell us now.
Ah,
Okay. We're gonna crash your stream. I'm gonna hit that subscribe button so hard. There we go.
Yes, uncle. It's open. Peaceful and quiet. So well enough. This is- She'll hop off the balcony and sort of swoop over to sit on the bedpost, so she's more or less somewhat closer to his height ish. I see. Hmm, see. Is this a trip that we will be taking together? I see. Uh, Right. Why would I stare? Does he have books? I'm sure he won't be of that much interest to me. Understood. I I will make do. We need to go where we need to go. It should not take me long to pack. I only have the baubles from St. Mallory that I will be bringing. And a few herbs. Thank you, Uncle. She'll flit off her bedpost and grab her little stone bauble necklace and put that on, and then just pack her odd trinkets that she's picked up. Herbs.
Yes, I'm home. Oh. Yeah, that's what they will just stay as they are, and we'll just effectively just wipe down. We'll grab a mint from the bowl and just quickly make my breath not stink of alcohol. Good to see you again. Hello, Mother. If this is another attempt at a setup, this is a interesting match, but my friend here is my colleague. I'm glad you finally understood. Right. And where is it that I'm going to be going? And they're more looking towards is it Zaranthium? It's like, oh, so close. Looking towards them rather than their mother. Okay. Is this to do with certain whisperings that I've heard recently? Okay. And just to make sure that I'm on the same page as everybody else, who exactly am I going as? You understand that's going to make things more difficult. No, 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 no. I have definitely been attending at the meetings as myself, just not with Jeremy's there. Nothing. Oh, yes. Don't. This is not excitement. He, uh, they kind of like sit there and they do the whole I'm going to say, and then slap their hand and sit straight properly. That's rude. Flashbacks to like the last night in the bar. And just like straight. There's like they're gonna put up a hoop now. Could they call it T-Mobile? What? Is it- When are we leaving? Cool. Sure. I'll go have a really long bath, like a 2 to 4 hour long bath. As they start backing up out the room. Oh, I'm listening in. Hmm. At that point, I am getting the out of Dodge, and I am taking a 2 to 4 hour bath in the Adventurers Guild. I'm gonna go get wankered. Gonna spend a couple of hours just seeing people and like I'm fucking off for a while. But just as aura rather than anything else. Just its aura's just going and just wants to kind of like, all right, it's all on me. Come on.
Ting 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 ting. As my arms, as my hammers strike the next piece of work. I don't hear him. Ting 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 ting. He doesn't know if I'm deliberately ignoring him or not. Just ting ting ting. I feel ting ting. I just look, not feeling anything, going, what? Why didn't you say so? Even,
But
If they're bringing me along, they are desperate. Oh, who are we seeing? Kind of kneels down to the messenger. It's like I'm just sitting on the ground. Is he? I just kind of lean towards them and go, "What kind of bonus we talking?" It would do business good. And how much is he willing to wiggle? All right, all right. Right, I'm going to have to get some stuff sorted first then. I can't just leave my workshop unattended. When are we leaving? Oh, plenty of time. Plenty of time. I can get about 50 orders out during that time. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, tell them I'll go. I'll go. Tell him I want to be having a chat with him about the price afterwards, though. Oh boy. Right. He then kind of goes into the back of the workshop and just starts telling his workers that he's going to be gone for a little bit. Got some fancy man. He wants to do some fancy stuff. It's hilarious that they go bring him into it. I will be. I will be. You fancy coming along, or are you gonna help protect me shop? True. True. Uh, Nah. Oh, actually, there is something that you and Sarandra can do. He wants to pay me 30K when I return. Apparently, there's a bit of wiggle room, so can you get Sarandra to have a chat with him? Hey, we can get more. We can get more. It's always fun having a chat with them, isn't it? Well, I'll be going in about a day or so, so gotta finish up some orders, pack me cart. It's been a while since I've used my cart, actually. About a month. Hi. You look after Jorvisiano, alright? Good. He just kind of pats him on the shoulder, but just basically just his hand covering his shoulder, head, and arm. Just
I reckon this should be all I need. I can figure out the rest. I've got something for every situation. You seem nervous. You're an emperor. What do you have to worry about? Will do. I'll come back with cleaner tides on the horizon. I stack those on like a side pouchy type thing, essentially. I step onto the boat. Let's see. Sense motive is that. Whereabouts is dice rolling on for us? Ah, 3D dice. I do. It's a total of a 25. I believe that Zarethian has it handled. I
I just imagine it rocks a little bit.
So we're still rolling that I still know him. Okay. As I look upon him, I say, Javin, have you also been called to this meeting?
He kind of leans down, looks at you for a moment. You see it's like kind of processing. Stone! It has been too long! How
It has
have you been?
I have been well. I have been seeing to the building of an empire alongside a old friend.
Nothing new then.
And what about you?
Me? Oh, I have been traveling. I have been making excellent products and selling them at very good prices.
Some things never change either.
So you'll go to this big meeting then.
I am, yes.
Oh, how times have changed, haven't they? And also stayed so much similar as well. It's very strange.
How much have they offered you to come to this place?
30k, which is negotiable. So I got someone to negotiate it for me.
I had a feeling you wouldn't do it for free.
No, I have too much work.
It's looking to be quite a voyage.
Well, at least I'll still be able to work regardless. Do you have anything that needs tuning up? And you see, he's kind of glancing at your items. Or do you need something potentially new? I can make these.
I am very well equipped for whatever may come our way at the moment. I would say that we shall await for necessity before we make use of your gifts.
Same old Asteran.
Has been for the last 2,000 years.
God, it's been that long already. It's only like yesterday when we were simply doing simpler things. Though it also feels like it's been a very long time.
Years may not be much for us, but they are much more so for the less immortal races.
True. And I'm guessing there's humans on this ship. Like he kind of looks to them for a moment. He goes, "Aye, but one thing I will say, Asteran, that they have that we don't is the fact of their short lives. They do so much stuff within it. It's amazing."
Yes, they do have a way of committing great acts in the small time that they have.
So perfect and yet so flawed.
Is that why you like them so much?
Well, it's a reason. They're also interesting, and they can be good business. Oh, I know. Oh, I know you're here. By the way, do you fancy buying anything? I sell you very good products. You see, he pulls off a barrel from his back and just puts it on the ground and like opens the lid up. He just kind of starts rummaging through. Let's see. Let's
Thank
see.
you for volunteering as I step away and sit down.
I have some Tolak bones. I have a spider fang. I have some soap. And you see, he's like this bar of just. It looks like a lump of fat almost. It's like my own homemade soap. Makes you feel fresh for days. I made it myself, yes. But it is best soap. I guarantee it. That is trade secret. Now, no. That is something you are going to buy, yes? Yes. Yes. It is soap. Look, I give you very good price. What have you got in your pocket? What have you got in your pocket? Come on. At this stage, he is leaning over this guy at this point. Yes. Okay, so non-natural 20. I rolled terribly. He takes it. He takes the lint and the copper coins, looks it over, goes, "Yes, this will do." And he kind of puts it in the barrel, closes the lid. Thank you very much for your patronage. I will have more wares for you to buy if you so wish. I will be making things as we voyage. Another satisfied customer. So, Asteroid, he just kind of turns back to you. He goes, "What will you be doing during the voyage? You're doing your meditating and preparing for the next fight."
Yes, I will be.
Do you know who else is going to be joining us on this voyage?
No. I do not know other names other than that most nations have been summoned.
Fair enough. I'll let you get on to your room. The ship is not big enough for me, so I will be sleeping on the deck.
Sparse amount of ships that could.
That was Candace. It's lovely to see you again. think my mother and I argued over for many, 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 many years. Lord is probably best. Of course.
She just sort of, and then just continues concentrating on her tea.
Sorry, it's just occurred to me the size of that teacup. Ah!
Yeah.
I need one. So my brother's doing their best to just be like, I want to pet, I must pet. I need to pet. Thank you. As is, they have done this numerous times. Fish raw, if possible. Possibly with some garnishes of seaweed and that wonderful dark sauce that gives it the nice salty taste. If you please. We have a large meeting to go to, and we are going to be the faces of this glorious empire. No, I have not been informed of this. Okay. Of course. To be able to look one's letters in the eye is more of a statement, isn't it? My mother mentioned about a lovely lady by the name of Eldara. Eh, Oh dear.
her wings will fluffle up in that way where birds are trying to make themselves look bigger, but not quite open the wings. So her feathers and her tail will splay out a little bit just to make herself look all big and important. But she just continues tipping too.
So adorable.
Oh yes, and she'll put her teacup on like a little satchel that she can attach it to, and then hop off of his shoulder across the table, produce an egg, and just put it in front of you, and do the same to the other guy that we don't like, and I can't remember the name of, and then just move back to her uncle without saying anything. Just tiny eggs, they're about this big, and they're still warm.
Uh,
And she gets her teacup back out, fills it back up, and continues.
It was a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm afraid I didn't bring any gifts for you. My apologies. I didn't realize that was a tradition.
She was sort of leaning and whispering in his ear, but you said we don't like that one. And then just put her feathers back down, like her wing will open, and she'll whisper that to him and then drop away. Oh, yes. Okay, there's too many of them.
Demi's
Ah.
just absolutely like enraptured with this teeny tiny egg.
She'll just turn back and go and say, it is a personal tradition to give gifts to show goodwill. And then just go back to teacup.
Oh. I think I have been there. I've been through there a couple of times. How is it? How is it at the moment? Most excellent then. Maybe during our journey we can get to know each other a little bit more. And they kind of just resume that kind of I'm sitting up straight, but everything hurts. I'm doing my best.
He sort of pauses a minute, thinks, you have nice hair, and then just goes back to sipping her tea.
Thank you. Your feathers are incredibly beautiful.
And she'll sort of spread her wings a little so you can see all of the underflight feathers as well. Sort of well proud of her wings, she is.
Oh, yes, sorry.
It. No, you don't need it.
We don't need to go that way.
Sorry, child helping himself to my inhalers.
Look, Mum!
Basically, yeah. So that's why I'll die this weekend.
Um, and exactly how long will that take for us to travel in that manner? I meant until we travel that manner. Fantastic. Evening's enough. Where would one find a The eyebrow just hikes. It's not for public bathing or cleaning. It's a tradition, a coming together with oneself. You immerse yourselves into the water, remind yourself who you are, where you come from, spend time with friends, drink an inordinate amount of alcohol, and have a good evening. Generally, eat some good food. We could show you that down to a small bit of alcohol. It's about togetherness. And as we are going to be travelling, I might as well be a means to get to know each other. As um, as hot as it possibly could be, please. Hang on. Let me double check something. I might be getting something wrong here. Hang on. I either like the hot or the cold, and I can't remember. Where are my traits? Well, of course. How we get to know each other. What do I need to roll? It's it's something that I imagine Semi came up with when they were traveling lots to get to know people. It's very much the whole when you're around people, when you're relaxed and you are, in the nutty in front of people, then you are at a different level with someone. It's a tactic, but it's not a malicious one.
It's their own personal tradition, not necessarily a family one.
Like I said, yeah, personal traditions. They never asked if it was personal or family. Thank you so much.
Uncle,
It means a lot.
while that is happening, I should probably go and say my farewells to Saint Mallory. It'd be quite rude to leave without saying goodbye. Yeah, she'll hop over, like literally across the stone. She'll hop, like in that owl way. Oh yeah. Bye, Uncle. I am to away soon, and I thought it best to come say A brief farewell. Possibly I should have asked how long these baths take. A farewell. This one sounds very complex and uncomfortable, and your presence is more comfortable. I thought I would seek out your wisdom before we head off to this meeting of the nations. Yes. You are traveled and well renowned. Do you have any advice for dealing with others in general? Hmm. As I thought. Although I gave them gifts and they seemed quite perturbed. Apparently they don't like eggs. Strange creature. But I didn't. That would be incredibly rude. But it was in previous. It was warm because it was in my pocket. I'll get in my teacup. It's not my teacup. But, I digress. Tiny demons? Yes, I know you're making messes, Gome. I love you. Understood. Is there anything you would like me to keep an eye out for while we are traveling? I imagine most of this meeting will be, for me, considerably dull. Mm. Oh, always. Oh, and she'll sort of lift up her little berry stone necklace. I'm taking this too for good luck. Mm. I admit they are complicated by the knowledge of previous. And she's carefully trying to pick her words because she's not going to say, look, he's a little bit different when I met him. Because that'd just be a little tiny bit rude. It is simple and elegant, but its application is more difficult than one would immediately imagine. I suppose that is why you are a saint, for you seem to have an angle on these things. I don't know, have I? Oh, no, no, not miracles. Yeah, not at present. Wait, have I? I should check my sheet before I came in.
I love
My
this.
ass.
In my head, this conversation is canon.
I mean, this is a teeny tiny bird with a small head, so a small brain to hold all of this knowledge. So she will sit there and go, right, that right, restoration,
Great.
conjuration. Hold on. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
I
apparently the
don't know if I
STDs
do,
of,
my
of the
friend.
brain world. You,
Yeah, I know.
you tried to
Yeah,
sound smart. That's what happened.
does piety count as miracles? I have learned a great many things. My brain is quite addled with knowledge and new meetings. I'm sure some will come to me. Indeed. Mm. She'll sort of hop onto like his arm and then up onto his shoulder. She weighs like less than a bag of sugar. She's like Pikachu, but less fat. Mm. I will eagerly look forward to it. I was gonna say, oh Jesus, she'll blow away in a strong wind now. Ah, of course, if it is to be some time, do I have permission to send letters? Are you off somewhere soon again? Ah, as always, be careful then. I try at all times. I'll bring you back something from my travels this time. It will be an egg. She grins. Yeah.
Not even a toe dip. Not even a toe dip. Very well. wish you a pleasant evening then.
Urge to be the little shit and repel him into the water. Let's see. Oh no,
There is
actually.
a sweet. It just stands outside like going to water like. There'll be a sweet smile and that kind of the curtsy bow that they do, which for those who haven't seen it is kind of a hand on the chest, an arm out, and like a curtsy that then folds. It's so flamboyant.
Good luck.
Lads.
Yeah.
Orcs. I suppose I'll just be meditating, light exercise, more meditating, really.
You're gonna hate me then. All they really hear, all you really hear from the top of the deck, ting ting ting, ting ting ting, ting ting ting. What a way to turn it around. Yep. Ting ting ting, ting ting ting. I will say I will do this throughout the entirety of the day, non-stop, until it gets to about evening.
You're not making
Whatever
anything.
happens. You know, he. Oh, I'm chucking the guy's lint in there as well. It's a binding agent. Just look at it going, aye, aye. It's work, but still very good. And he looks around, whoever's closest. Who's the closest person to me? You! And he points, and I point at him. Come here. Come here. Fantastic. And I hand him the sword. I go, try it out. Oh, go on, do it. Just look to him and go, how dare you? It is magnificent. Try it. anything. God, do you not know how to use a sword? He just holds the arm out. Stab my arm then! Jesus! Hmm, hmm. I just gently pull out the blade. Survives the field test, and he puts it in his barrel. What do you want? If you say so. I too also have to be on this ship, and I have to keep up with work. It is. How dare are you a blacksmith? Do you know the trade? You do not have a true eye. Clearly do not know what you're talking about. You go back to your sailor work. You leave professionals to do their thing. He kind of looks around and goes, "Hey, you got any ale? Do a drink." Oh, don't be like that. I won't go overboard. Plus, I don't think you have enough to get me fucking smashed. That's true. At that point, he just stands up, kind of stretches all of his arms out. The smell kind of permeates out a little bit. You know, sweating all day. uh, well, I can't go under. It's your ship is too small. I have to work up here. uh, you're all doing a fantastic job. Please go continue on. Don't mind me. What are Astron's doing? Probably meditating. Can I be the one that shout for Astron that we've landed? I just, as I've seen we're coming to the land, I just open the door that kind of leads to the rest of the ship, and at the top of my lungs, I just shout, "Astron, we're at land! Get your ass up here!" Oh yes, I thrive on that energy. Is that
As
enjoy or
Astron,
tolerates?
as Astron gets onto the top deck, he says, "We should probably leave quickly. They are currently gambling to see who shall shiv you next."
lean over. Lean over and I go, yeah, but they ain't got the balls to do it. And I'm not being quiet. I'm like pretending to whisper. It's like a stage whisper.
I would retaliate if I knew that it was doing anything. Now, let's disembark.
I will come off with them. By the way, I'm keeping all the daggers in me. So how many daggers are in me? Fantastic. I'm adding that to my inventory.
Iron daggers. Wow.
Six.
Do they require a crane for Yavin? So I'll walk up to him.
I walk.
I am the representative from Camlest.
I just look around. Oh yeah, me.
Very well.
To ask, I have to ask. Did you just say raccoons? You are interesting. I like that.
I'm on a primarily carnivore diet.
Ah, like my You do raw?
As long as it is fresh, I do not mind its nature.
Question. It's a very important one. Do you do raw? Raw. That's as fresh as you can get. Then you are a fool. Raw is brilliant. Oh, yes, raw meat. That is definitely what we were talking about. I'm fucking with you. But no, raw meat would be good. He's looked past Rad. I like it here. People are funny. like big meats. Big juicy meats. Fantastic.
My preference is to have it cooked, but I can also do raw.
Just lean
Anything
down.
you say. Talrock, how about that? It will not. It will not be a problem, I assure you.
I'm just going to lean down to you. I don't think this man could handle our raw meats. Though he seems to be obsessed with it. Okay. It is so tiny. Ah, that is better. You are master of raw meats. I get that a lot. Am I? Oh, I forgot about that. I'm gonna wait until he's about 30 feet away.
I don't know what it is, but whenever you raise your voice even slightly, your mic
Ah.
just cuts out.
Ramon! Ramon! Whatever the fuck his name is. No, I just wanted to see how quick you would answer. It is good. Very well. I wait until he's about 40 feet away.
Don't say anything, Yavin.
I have genuine question. Ramon! You are very impressive. Right, you mentioned about inns and stuff. What could accommodate me? Fantastic. All right, I'll let you go now.
With all that raw talk, I think you might as well go visit a brothel.
Nah, they cannot handle me. Touche, never mind. That could handle me. This place conveniently has everything.
I've walked this place 2,000 years, and there are some things I hope to never see.
So what is your plan then, Asteran?
Get acquainted with my new place.
And let me guess, meditate till morning.
No, I have committed these meditations already.
Oh,
I
thank
will
you.
see if I can get the first look at the other emissaries.
Well, when you don't want to be boring, meet me at the Giant's Inn. Bring whoever you want.
I'm
More
not going
company is
next
always
door to the
better.
Giants Inn, Yavin. You haven't
Why
got enough
not?
gold, even after the job is done.
Fuck off, you don't know how much I have.
You'll have at least 30,000, and it won't be enough.
Hmm. I'm still going to have some drinks.
Very well. Then I
You are
will.
welcome to join me or invite anyone else.
Fine, I will go settle down first, and then meet you in the Giants Inn for what I imagine will be buckets of drink.
Excellent. I should also probably put my stuff down though I don't get robbed. I have heard that there's these sort of things in these cities.
I'm gonna go off to find my room and stuff in the inn. Mm, looking at it, I just kind of consider for a moment trying to reverse synthesize it, but then I'm just like, yeah. Once I've set my pack down with my usual camping gear, I will head out towards the Giants Inn.
I will be putting my. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I'm
Can
good.
do.
I was trying so hard to keep my composure as Kit was completely losing it just in this corner of my eye.
I lost it so hard.
I think I was just feeding on that energy because I could see you laughing. I was like, yes, let's keep going.
It's only because every time I hear that voice, all I see is Marion. Man.
Oh, serious. No, son, I've had an idea.
What is your idea?
Oh, I need to find something. We need to sit down and watch that at some point. Just to. Oh, because it was such bollocks and I love it.
One thing.
They're not regal gays at all. They're evil gays. Oh, the very worst kind of gay.
I think I know what's happening with the mic situation. I have it on noise suppression, so it's supposed to
That's
block
what it's
out
doing. It's when you
peak
go
noises.
loud.
Yeah.
It's.
It's
You might.
gone.
Oh, we can see your stuff on the screen there, bud.
The food.
You know what the worst thing is? Is well, like, Just Eat are so bad, so bad. No, like generally Just Eat. Like I've been trying to get a refund for. I did an Asda shop on Just Eat because I couldn't go out,
Oh yeah.
and I ordered it at like 6. It turned up at like 10,
Fuck.
and it was only 5 items out of the 13 that I ordered, and they're like, "Oh, give you like the items that didn't turned up in Goodwill money," and I was like, "No, I want a full refund."
Yeah.
Like I had to send somebody out to go get my stuff for me because I was waiting to have dinner.
Fucking hell.
Still waiting on that full refund.
I will admit I've had some bad experiences with Just Eat and Uber Eats. Mainly, I use Uber Eats more because I can actually track the person down, at least. But there have been times when either food has been missing, or food just doesn't arrive, or
Or
the
comes
driver doesn't run it.
squashed. I've had food squashed before,
Well,
where they do like several trips and they pile it.
yeah. Well, one thing that happened to me, and I unfortunately didn't realize it until after the person had gone. I ordered nearly ordered a McDonald's one. It was supposed to be our dinner. It was quite late, and the person had one stop between McDonald's and me. So okay, that's fine. Can handle that. Didn't have much of a choice because I didn't pay for priority. And I got it, and I got the two bags. So I said, okay, this is it. Open the bags up. It's just drinks.
Oh no!
So what's ended up happening is that I've got 2 orders worth of drinks, and the other person's gone 2 orders worth of food. And they gave us like a fiver back. We had to like proper like go really convoluted
Yeah.
way of trying to raise a complaint, and we got like a fiver back, and we just couldn't be asked to fucking argue any further.
And for listeners who are listening and watchers who are watching, other food delivery things are available. This is our opinion. You should not take it as any fact. Please don't spread hate.
I don't know. Like, I will say, other than the few times, Uber Eats is my go-to because it's nice and simple. We'll be perfectly honest.
You TSO guy, TOS guys.
Terms of service.
In terms of it's okay. It was better than a TSO, which I kept calling it for like years because dyslexia.
Terms of service off. You're becoming
Term service off.
you're becoming Yoda.
Service off.
It took me a long time to be able to say UHT milk and not UTH milk.
What?
I still call it UT. Yeah, it's because TH should be TH, not HT.
What milk?
Why
Sorry?
do they do this to us dyslexics? That's why I keep getting presents from Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that spelling is not for
Oh no.
kindness.
What's the word that's
The
the
world's
fear of
longest.
fear of long words?
It's the world's longest word.
That's a proper fuck you.
My
It's
favorite
because
one.
scientists don't like you.
I get to fuck with some people here.
Do you know what? In my head canon, it was somebody who was actually dyslexic that gave the word
Oh, God.
dyslexic, and that's how it's spelt like that.
I like it.
Fair.
One of my all-time favorite things. I think it's changed now, but it was an in joke. Was my mum used to get a lot of the magazines for like kids, like parents with dyslexic kids,
Yeah.
and the National Dyslexics Association was called the DNA magazine.
Nice.
Because
Oh,
it should have
God.
been NDA. Didn't call it DNA. Just love it. I love that. Back to it. Hood.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I've got to get the giggles out of me.
Just remember, you're going to the Giants Inn. You're going to the Giants Inn.
Mm. Oh yeah, I butt naked.
I'm sorry, what?
Dirty bastard.
Is he bigger than me?
Clearly, you're bigger than me.
He takes it, knocks it back, and just asks for 3 more. Sorry, they do. They're not aura. Although their aura's coming out a little bit. So it is a lot easier if you just relax. Relax. Like, they'll take the towel, like a towel off the side, and soak it in the water, and kind of just do the whole, like, the Japanese onsen style, where they just have it over their head and let it steam, and can just sit back and just go, okay, let's do it this way then. So, what do you do when you're not being you? Like, if it's good fun, do you go out? I am. So you're telling me, oh, so you don't enjoy good drinks, a different atmosphere. I can tell. Your back is not bending. We're going to be spending a lot of time together, and in a situation where it is very delicate. You don't want to go into something like that with people that you've just met, stiff as a board. You need to relax, learn to trust those around you to relax a bit more. Then you'll find who truly has your back. That's why we relax now, because we don't know when the next one's going to be. There's almost an eye roll as they will just take the towel off, and then kind of and will allow their tail to form like they would if they were swimming, and will literally just whack a load of water up in his face. No, it's oh gosh, and again, just the tail just splash. No, you're still stiff as a board. Uh, is OC and IC. Try not to giggle. Mm. You you must understand. To If you go around constantly walking around with your back so straight, you'll never feel what goes into it. You need to be pliable. You need to move. You need to relax. You can't think when you are stuck straight. How are you meant to make important decisions in a split second if you are too busy thinking about everything else when you've not let that time to flow out your mind? And you allow that little bit of chaos, a little bit of relaxation when you can, like now. If it is too hot, we can ask for some cold water. There's another splash. So, what's so different from me to the other soldiers? How do we not share? Really? Don't we all eat from the same well, drink from the same water? Don't we all exist together? Is it really any different that I sit here with you, naked in a bathtub, as you would shower with your soldiers just because I use words rather than a sword? And this is why you relax. You can think and process. Well, you can always put some pants on if you want, but they'll get wet. See, you were too busy thinking about what to do, what was proper. You didn't think to ask. No, I said I would be getting naked. You have to listen to the words. And this is why I believe my mother sent me with you, because words are very important. I mean, if you don't want to bathe with a fae and then just there's aura. Is this better? Very lucky women. It's a good thing I have no interest in such things. And who is going to see us in your own? You think too much about what's going on around you and not what is directly in front of you. You didn't think I was? goes the trade? Yes. How go? How goes your trade? Is that all I'm going to get from you? Very well. That's really good. And I was sure that the recompense has been more than everybody is more than happy. See, that wasn't too hard, was it? And they'll get up and grab a towel. Oh, um, literally just kind of wrap it around themselves and go find somewhere to get clean and dry.
It's all got a bit weird. Oh,
Is it interesting?
Your mic's gone funny.
That might
Oh,
be me. Right, there we go. Is it interesting? Aha, yeah. No, terrible internet when it's humid. Yeah, it should just swoop on over. If I swoop, are you finding it interesting? Hmm. Well, yes, I'm afraid Uncle didn't think far enough ahead. Are the discussions at least going well? No? I have no interest in joining. Oh, good. Oh yeah, she'll
well,
she'll hide behind it. It's so easy. She'll just hide behind the other guy.
well. Aura walks out.
Oh, like, who the hell is that? And why are they in the bath with my uncle?
Kind of wrap the towel around them
I will.
properly.
And flickering around her, sort of almost drawn to her, as as she sort of hovers in sight. With all due respect, who the hell are you?
Oh, it's still me. It's semi-brief. Oh, as others
Oh,
know
and then
me.
just immediately it all disappears.
Woo!
Yay! Only what, 2 and a bit hours late?
Apologies.
Yes. Yeah, as soon as they go, oh, it's me, semi-brief, she'll just go, flop. Oh, okay.
And we'll quite happily just back down. So the tower's now too big, as they lose like 2.5 feet in height. Um,
I see.
everything okay? Did you get to speak to who you wish to speak to?
Yes, the order of the church I am a of was most helpful. I hope the bath went well. I didn't want to join, that's why I made an excuse and left. I hear it's a good idea to be honest.
Honesty is good. And kind of just there's a small kind of half smile. Asking questions is also a good idea.
Knowing the right questions to ask and at the right time.
I like you.
Thank you.
Tell me, do you like art?
Art. It depends on the form. Many people discuss art as different things. What do you
Oh.
consider art to be?
I mean, like drawing and such. As in physically doing art rather than discussing it.
I like not very. It's not very easy to find things that are within my size range. Although flower arranging, growing things in certain directions, even the occasional sacrificial burning to prepare new land can all be considered forms of art.
Yes. Do you like music?
I enjoy listening to it, yes.
Then maybe once I am dry to dress, I'll sing you a few songs.
That will be
Or
most
play you a tune.
pleasant. And a much to get to know you than being undressed and in a bath. The way she speaks, it's very clear it's the bath that's the issue, not the nudity.
I
It would drown her.
perched on her head. Owls float.
I don't care. I'm not risking that. Thank you very much. If she came in, she'd be perched on a naked shoulder, and that would just be embarrassing for her uncle.
It was more of a way I like to get to know people.
I
But
see.
I did learn several
learned
things about your wonderful uncle.
well with my uncle then.
Yes, he's terrified of anything that's not ordered.
Well, yes, I thought, and she'll just gesture to the house. It him. I think he even has a routine for putting his clothes on. And that there's a small hint of a smile that almost suggests she's joking.
No, I could see that. Kind of just leans back. Yes. Um, is there a room I could get dressed in?
Um,
I don't wish to put your
Probably
uncle any more
mine. I
stiffer
don't need
than
it
you
right
are.
now. It's always quite uh, good statured, finds it a good way to do business. Doesn't even get the double meaning, that clearly just goes over her head. Follow me, I'll lead you to my room. And she'll just flitter.
Literally just grab the. It's they kind of forget the attitude they're meant to be having, right? Just scoop all the clothes up and scaly
Tobble,
wet
tobble,
foot
tobble.
slaps. You will see now
Nice.
that they are completely covered in like fine scales.
Adorable. But yeah, she'll kick open the door because she can't really open it because the handle's too big. There you go. I have most of my things already packed for when we depart, so you need not worry about disturbing anything of mine.
Mhm.
That's in a
Uh,
tiny room inside a big room.
they'll start getting dressed and will start kind of almost just like singing to themselves, finding the acoustics of the room. What type of music do you like?
Good question. I wouldn't know. I've simply listened and enjoyed the music around me. I never really thought much about it one way or another. I like music with a story, and she's sitting on the balcony facing out into the town. Things where knowledge is departed.
Oh, I've got some wonderful ones. Then you'll enjoy. Bear me a second,
Mm.
and they're gonna finish getting dressed, and they're gonna look for a chair and a table. They can kind of somewhat move a little. And they're
Nice.
basically going to go into like a proper bardic thumpy song about a the that demon fight that happened. Not the one that was recent. Yeah, the one that that they wrote the song for, especially recently. Yeah, and it is very much a like a thumpy what you would expect to hear in a tavern, but the tune like the voice that she uses they use is very is that a word? Melodonic? That a word?
Melodic.
That's the
Yeah.
one. Um, so it's kind of got that mixture of like like proper performance and tavern song, and they'll be like they'll be sat on the table using the chair to thump the beat and stuff like that. Okay, to make a performance roll.
Yeah, go for it.
Making a point. I'm trying to make a new friend. I'm gonna roll it.
Yeah. Tiny bird needs much impressing.
Ooh. That's a 47. 48. I think. Let me double check. Yeah, 47.
an interesting blend of genre, from what I understand, but it works for you. And you see, like, her little feathers have like relaxed again, but they're sort of like so relaxed, similar to the picture. Like, literally, her wings have just dropped to either side of her, and her tail have just, she's gone full relaxed.
Maybe when we get some more time to be more of ourselves, I'll sing you another one. I know this wonderful about a little shit of a ferret.
Ferret, they're delicious.
Fair. This one has a nasty habit of even no matter how far you boot him, he always comes back.
Then surely, I suppose, though, that's not the point of the song nor the story.
Right, well, I'm dressed and very refreshed. Shall we go
Mm.
see if your uncle is still flustered?
I'm sure he will be.
I'm not going to lie, it was so much fun.
Second wife is also very prone to that. I'm sure he will bounce back. He is easy to torment, but he's a good man.
Yes, let's confess,
Right.
this is my first time. Not sure what to expect. would do the proper bow courtesy they do. Good. Quickly glances up. Morning. Only, please. Fish only, please. I'm quite partial to the flying fish, especially raw when it's cut very thin. There is a knowing glance up toward. I'm really sorry, Nessa. How do
I'd,
you pronounce? How do you pronounce your
I'd
character's
hope
name?
so. Eldea.
Aldea.
Eldea.
Aldea. It's just a
Yeah.
knowing glance, like, yeah.
Yeah. At this point, though, she is glaring.
Oh,
Oh, oh,
Nessa's on a delay, I think.
yeah. Yeah, I thought I didn't hear. Hey. Oh no, I just thought I froze, which clearly I had. Or was I? Yeah, there's a she was glaring at this tiger about like a comment, but seeing the bean, she just and sort of just holds it close. Thank you for bringing this for me. It has been a while, so it is a refreshing change. I hope everyone is faring well back home. Good. No pressure. And again, there is this glare. Even though you can't see her eyes, there's this look of, and if you don't do this, I will kill you and everyone you've ever loved, from under the cloak. Yep.
That was wonderful. Stage, amphitheatre. Bing! Looks at this guy, like looks at themselves and compared to the height of everybody else. Then looks to Nessa's character. I'll get it eventually, and just goes, "Sure,
It's fine.
sure, we'll stand on each other's shoulders."
And she'll just flap out and lift her wings to get an extra 2 inches. Now I am tall.
Right. When is proceedings meant to start? Sorry. Sorry. You're in charge of the greeting. You're the greeter, yes? At oh, just before just before evening meals tonight, could you make an announcement? Flamboyant. That I will be performing as a gesture of pity. She looks at like she's doing the look of, "Do you know who the fuck I am?" Ah, then you'll be graced with my first ever performance. Not so you could catch it and drink it. Thank you very much. And would I be allowed to use the amphitheatre? That's not going to be used for discussion until tomorrow, so there should be no issues, should there? I will happily be escorted. Literally, they are going to ooze their bardiness, all that 90 pp that I have in the,
Oh
oh,
god,
you
so
want
much
to do this,
oozing.
you want to do this for me, kind of thing. What? That was Kit. Kit cannot hear that. Um, don't know where I'm going to be drinking it. I say I don't know where I'm going to be drinking it. I will go to the Giant Inn, of course. We'll definitely swing by. Don't you think, Elida? Insert name here that Kit can't say this evening. I what shenanigans is this?
You too met your god.
What magics does this boy wield?
He too has met the fate of his god and can see through time and substance to the very essence of our souls. Uh, One would imagine it is the faith of the people that drives the gods into the very existence and power, so your faith alone has bred a god of drink and alcohol.
Maybe
There is no
is.
saying there isn't. She just
They
screams
just did a
down
both
at
like a,
semi-freeze. Indeed. Yes, I wish you well on your... Yes, drink as much as you can in search of your god and revel in its name. Maybe he'll come to you in a vision. Or before you were born. I don't know. Strange things.
Oh dear.
I thank
Oh
you.
dear.
Yes.
Shall we go explore? We'll let your uncle and father?
Uh,
Your uncle's
my
father?
my brother sort of looks at him a little bit like, can I say that or will he kill me? Like, this is the first time she seems a little bit off, like, not certain. There's
Sorry,
this
I'm
brief
just
moment of utter love, and then
trying to
passive.
establish the correct relationship.
Oh,
You
I'm not
are.
related to either
Oh
of
no,
them.
I don't. Of course, I understand. I'm talking about between these two, because it's clearly obvious that this lovely gentleman here points to the wizard is the younger of the two. Doesn't mean to say you're not young at heart. I mean, stiff as a board here is adding years to himself by not bending.
Mountains.
Mountains sway, actually.
Just sort of waves one-handed, like floating. with her wings outstretched, just sort of like, bye.
Would you like a arm?
I would not mind if you are offering. It is horribly bright, horribly warm, and it is daytime. I am quite tired. And
How
she will
about
settle on the arm, just like
I've
land on it.
I've got a yes. Um, here, and she'll kind of like they'll pull out effectively it's like a lacy top, and we'll fashion it into like a little like a little babushka shawl and pop it around you, so it'll be a cloak on you.
First outfit. So I have a cloak over my cloak. I love it. She won't complain. She would just sit there like a doll and allow it to happen. Like she's got zero shits, and then she just sort of melts into the side of your neck as you start moving, because she's just like, no, it's daytime. I do not approve.
To the giant.
So ah, yes, where the alcohol could drown me. This will be
I
interesting.
won't let that happen. Don't worry.
Thank you.
I ask for a straw. We're just gonna share. We're just gonna share one over the day.
I love it because Aldea will just perch on the edge, just like the brownies from Willow. She'll just perch on the edge. Just
Those little fucking get get.
Nim, 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 nim.
Yeah.
Comes in pints.
I'm just sort of squinting for a moment. Malone? Troll. Melharin. Melharin? You old bastard. He just stumbles on, he like walks on over the heavy footfalls. He just comes over and goes, holy fuck. You look old as fuck. True, I am older than you. What have you been doing since the wars? I heard you became a noble or something. Oh, I'm so sorry. He just kind of puts a hand on his shoulder, like genuinely showing like, I'm so sorry for your loss or situation. Hmm? What's your name? Oh, sorry. Godfar.
In the background, us two sipping on this this
Oh,
mega
she's
pint.
not
Just like
sipping on.
this is amazing.
So what brings you here? Hi. Oh. Right. Oh,
Bloody hell.
um, well, you
Go
might
back
be
to-
happy or unhappy to know. Like, I don't know. Asteran is going to be here soon, actually. Do you remember Asteran? He hasn't changed. Still meditates and everything.
Ah,
Uh,
wrinkly babies are the best.
Would I know the
Oh.
first Vistaran by sight? Okay. Yeah.
I will
I
say one of my spare arms just kind of indicates for you to come over.
as I kind of stride over, I say, "Well, isn't today full of new meetings of old friends?"
I know, right? They're also here for the representing thing.
Melheron Camdeath. If it has been a centuries.
Eight.
I've been busy in these few centuries. I'll have you know that being shirtless is part of my religion. I won't deny. There's some part of it that's
Fair
that way.
enough. Well, the poor bastard Astran has unfortunately become a noble. How tragic is that?
Yes, I rather heard.
I do
You
think
allowed
he remembers
yourself.
the war.
You allowed yourself to get tied to one nation for so long.
Before all that, yes.
Because Zarethian Betrayer has a point. If only you would listen.
No. What it would be Zarathian. Oh, cool, the betrayer. Spit take.
Now, let's not be muddled down with old things in the past. Come on. We're here now. Let's enjoy a simple pint. Or whatever the equivalent is here. Uh, the tab of what's the fucking place called we're going to?
I think you mean where you're from.
No, I was talking about the main place that we're going to do this whole chat thing.
What, Salvanti? You're going to charge Salvanti for your beer?
Are you short, friend?
No, he's quite tall.
I meant
Look, and I
Shelter.
realize you're there. Oh fuck! Sorry, I did not see you there.
Yes, you are incredibly tall, and your
You-
elbow has been covering my face for the last 20 minutes.
Oh.
It's relatively rude. I could fix that for you if you like.
He then leans over, sees the small owl. My god. And he looks
No,
back to
I'm
Goldflower
not.
and Meloran and goes, "There's a tiny bird."
That is not
I'm
a tiny bird. This is Eldia.
yes, and I'm quite sure I'm not a god. Maybe sent by one, but not an actual
Oh,
god.
you're definitely not a god.
There's just just 2 gold gets slid over to the elephant man.
And man.
Right. Hold on. I need to get a proper look, and he kind of just he proper kneels down, so he's like face to face with you two.
You're getting
What?
this look.
Oh.
You're getting a
Oh,
no.
right, Faya Beastkin. Right. Sorry. It takes me a little while sometimes, and he takes this large swig of his drink. Thank you, by the way. So what brings you here?
I think I might have just paid for the entire night's worth of drinking.
Fantastic.
You might have.
No, I put 2.
You could have done 232.
I mean, what would be like normally like a pint from where I'm from normally? They'll just put 2 gold.
He kind of looks to you both, and he's just. You see, he's almost examining you.
Are you finished?
No. He still keeps looking.
Could you please move your face? My face. That
Come on.
I
Thank
need
you,
to.
Uncle.
I
It's
need to
I'll have to
narrate.
remember that command.
God, that takes me back. He just
Straight
downs
and
the
narrow,
entire.
hey.
He downs the entire keg, just slams it on the counter. Well, I guess proper introductions are needed. Yes.
I'm con-
Oh no, no, let them talk. Let them talk. And I'm just color shushing him a little bit. Go on,
You want a proper introduction?
please.
Eldia, could you I know you're comfy. I don't want to throw you around. Just gonna hop you off.
Yeah, she will just sluggishly head over to Camdeath and just fall in his lap. Just like, no, don't like Day. Day is bad.
I've just got this
That
image because you've got the little thing around. It's like waddle, 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 waddle.
Oh yeah, full
But-
waddle. She's already got her hood as well, so she's got like double babushka. She's got hood and babushka going on. Just no.
I just watch this happen and I go, that is an adorable owlet.
That
Sorry, continue.
adorable owlet is my friend, and you will address them by their name.
It doesn't change that they're adorable.
Yes, I could agree
But
with
please
that.
continue.
Please be respectful. They are so cute. My name, and they kind of they stand up on the chair and over the top. Hand comes across, arm comes out, and they raise kind of like they're kind of wearing a dress, but it's also like cut in a way that it's kind of masculine as well.
Yep.
Like they are very obviously androgynous. But they pull the tassel up and do a big kind of curtsy bow. My name is Semi-Brief, performer well known throughout many of the cities, and current speaker on behalf of House Dranstad. Pleasure to meet you all.
Just House Dranstead.
Pardon?
Then she just goes back to laying down.
You speak only for one house of an entire nation.
No, there are others that speak for the other houses here, but I am here on behalf of my household.
So yes, just for Dranstad for yourself. That's fine.
Do what they did. I'm
There will be.
Aldea.
Oh,
That's her entire introduction. She'll just put her hand up, not even sit up. I'm Aldea. That's
a
it.
wing.
Yeah, just one little bit. Whoop. Then goes back down. There we go. I did my bit. They won't want to hear the rest. She sort of taps his leg as if to, when you're sleeping, just go there. Yeah, I've done good.
I did a
She's
good
like got
job.
that
Please just cuddle me.
yeah, can you just, it's day and I don't want to, and giant beer and I don't want day.
And what about you two?
Do you want to start? Or do you want me to start?
I am Asteran. I currently come to this place to represent the Camlest.
Oh,
To
Sort
represent
of
Serethian.
glance.
Emperor Serethian.
oh,
Not Serethian Landstakers, no. Zerethian something or other of the Landstek houses I have heard rumours of.
I believe most.
Ah, yes, that family. He must be a descendant.
Hmm. There's
Glances
different.
to both. Yeah, go on,
This
Kit.
should be interesting.
Right.
Yeah,
I
just a
guess
glance of,
my,
do I fireball now or later to both her brother and the uncle? Fireball
Zerethian
now, fireball
is
later.
is Zerethian Asteran here? Oh, so he's gone off somewhere else. Okay.
He is engaged otherwise.
I
But he's here.
suppose it's my turn for introductions then. He will
Hello.
almost in. You don't know if he's mocking you or not, but he does the same sort of bow, but it seems so clunky when he does it because he's got 4 arms doing it, and he kind of knocks into one of the table a little bit, jars some of the drinks a little. He goes, "I am Javin Product. I give good prices and excellent products. I've also been asked to represent Libin Court. I don't know why. I think they were desperate.
I'm sorry.
And they had to pay me to be here. It's amazing. It's like a free holiday.
That's how much they care about this situation.
Oh no, when business goes down, I'm actually pretty good.
Okay.
But I'm having too much of a fun time. I don't see myself as this nobles or politicians as others do.
I don't consider myself a politician. Just
Oh,
to
no,
get that
definitely
out of the
not.
way.
Oh no, you are warriors through and through. Nothing, no matter how long we live, will ever change that.
Well, as much as my mother's tried to enforce me, I am not her politician either. I just go where I'm told to, and occasionally have fun along the way.
Fair, fair. Do
But
you
in the most
currently have?
diplomatic of sense, and kind of looks across to, kind of remembering like why they are there, and just kind of like looking across at Lord Stiffboard.
So, question. This is a very important question. He's looking to you. Are you currently in business with anyone?
My mother's been trying to get me to marry for years now. I'm not
No,
interested.
fuck that. No, are you in business? Like trade?
No.
He wants to sell and buy things from you.
No, I want to hire you if you can, because you have a particular set of skills. You are Faye, yes?
Yes.
Fantastic. There are things you can get me that I cannot get myself. Well, not to their fullest extent, anyways.
Wow, you are
Hey.
forward.
Why not?
Because that's something that is not generally done as a business transaction on behalf of other people.
Oh
As
no, this is for my business.
I would not act as a middle person for you.
No, no, you're not getting what I'm saying. No, I run my own business.
Right.
Fuck living courts, ignore them for the moment. I run my own business. I make things.
Right.
But there are two particular ingredients that I can't really get without help. And I want to hire you to get those things from time to time.
You're speaking to the wrong side of me. Bear with me a moment, and just like that pop comes out, Aura, and I
So as I was saying, you see, he's not phased whatsoever. He just goes, as I was saying, I want to hire you to get
I'll-
certain ingredients for me. I will pay you to do so.
so just to give you a full like description of like the change.
You have
Um,
tits.
More than I have tits, I am now like 7 foot tall. 7,
I,
8 foot tall, I think it is. I have fangs. I have horn. Their hair is bright pink. They're kind of more olive. What is words tonight?
out the window.
How? They've got their voice does become a bit more enchanting.
Okay.
Just softer and nicer. Um, as they kind of like they focus on you, their eyes seem a little bit sharper as well.
You see his eyes are twinkling.
This there's a grin as the fangs show, and there is just literally she just does this and she goes and like sparkles appear and will each float around just to, like they kind of get distracted for a minute and just like ping them around at people, like one going towards Eldea, like ping the motor light. I'm sorry, this is a far more comfortable position for me to be in. But no, I'm not going to be
Oh, come
dealing with anyone.
on.
Not at the time.
Oh.
Is this really the time? I mean, kind of
Over drinks? Yes!
looks at Asteran. Do you think this is really the time? I'm meant to be drinking.
We could do both. One does not exclude the other.
I mean, if one party has expressed discontent, it is unwise to keep trying to press it.
Also, only just met you.
And
Well, oh. Have you dealt with many of my kind before?
from time to time. All very different, I will say.
Everybody says that. No. And I keep those things personal for myself at this moment until I know you any better, unless you want to make a deal on it that you probably wouldn't double cross me.
Do I look like the kind of guy that does? I'm hurt. Master, and I am hurt by these words. Apparently, I am a person that double crosses people. I
But
have
now it's
never
not the
double
time to
crossed
be
in my
making
life.
such
At
deals. I
this
believe
point,
it is.
the little owl,
Little owlet,
Oh.
yes.
yes, it is literally going to crawl up Camdeath and like hide behind his neck and his hair. Too noisy, and just go back like tapping on him.
Fine. We will hold business discussions for now, but I will want to review this once again in future.
You know, there was a stand up button. Is there an off switch command?
No, that I can tell you now. It is either stand to attention or roam fucking wild. You don't want to see the latter.
Fair enough.
You get my point.
Zipper's aboard there still.
I like this
Still one
one.
of my favorites, and he'll just should just nuzzle his one of my favorites.
Stiff of the board.
Nuzzle, nuzzle. Sleep.
Oh dear, is wonderful.
That's because you're awesome. Yeah.
I can't. You see, I'm just now no longer looking at Aura. I'm looking at Aldea. You see, he's thinking. You see, like there's something going on in his head. You
It's a
could
crossroad to
literally
ask-
live
Oh
in my
God.
hair. You could literally just fit on my head.
That's not something you ask of a lady when you first meet them.
I wasn't asking. I'm just saying it could. I was making an observation.
And you could
You're so tiny.
probably sink a ship should
She'll
you have
just
it. Is that
she'll just pick her head up and part the hair and go. Oh,
See? Can do it to it could do it to the old man. Definitely think of my head. Oh, that is adorable. And I just look to Milara and I go, "How did you get this adorable little thing?"
I want one.
Oh, right.
I'm sorry, did you just use
Just
the
sort
words
of
she's chosen one or something?
Yes.
oh I'm interested now. Oh please. I must hear this story.
Ah, chosen one, schmoten one.
mm, mm.
He turns slightly and you see basically this great sprawling tree on his arm.
That sort of perks Eldea up, and she literally pops
It's like a
out
birthmark
the
slash tattoo
hair
type
on
thing.
Camdeath. It goes, oh yeah.
Without two thoughts, like the top just gets as there's two feathers there. It's not it's not exposed, but it's basically here.
Yeah.
As there's two feathers like in the picture.
I don't see the pills anymore.
Really?
Sorry, I keep forgetting these things exist.
And I do. I think people would tell me off if I showed mine, though. Promise not to tell me off. It is nowhere rude, dirty-minded old man.
Sounded like you were saying it was on your arse cheek.
You fell for it. No, he sticks out his tongue, and you see it is on the center. I mean, just kind of rolls it back into his mouth. It is not weird. I take offense to that.
Aldea pops out through the hair. I got done while I was here. She's got
I'm sorry, Nessa,
Jen.
we didn't catch
You
any
no,
broke
she's
of
completely
that.
ignoring the whole chosen one marks.
I'm going to turn to you, Aldea.
My internet hot weather.
I'm going to
She's
stare
gonna
at
pop
you.
out.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry, she's gonna pop out the hair and show that she's got a tattoo, not a birthmark, a literal tattoo she got done in the Emerald City, which is all blue and pretty of an oak tree that goes from her cheek all the way down because she's so small they had to do a big one. So it went all the way down. It's like, look at her. And then she just sort of
I look to you, Aldea. You see, I'm staring for like a long
off
moment.
the mum.
You don't know if I'm looking at the tattoo or something else. This is like a very uncomfortable pause until he finally speaks. Can I touch your
Cool.
feathers?
It's fine, she didn't say nothing. She's well comfy. No.
But they look so soft.
There's just going
No.
to be a hand that comes up to the back of your head and thwap.
I feel nothing. I am still staring.
Also, uncle.
Literally, there's a couple of like, what the fuck?
I'm very certain he is unable to feel things. If you notice the 4 daggers in his back,
Yeah, you do see there are 6 daggers in his back still. There are 6. You said 6. There are 6 daggers still in his back.
Oh my-
Yoink.
Okay, I'll remove one from my sheet.
But yeah,
no, don't
like,
bother,
oh,
because she's just going to go to your arm. Interesting.
No reaction. He's still looking at Aldea. Still,
It's
like, his
some-
eyes are pleading to, like, just touch your feathers.
in some ways, such an
Indeed.
ability is enviable, but in others, as he kind of looks towards the daggers, I think I'd rather know.
Shame. I do have another way to get his attention though, and just like almost out of nowhere, it's gonna be a bright flash of light quickly, like it like literally in just in your eyes. It's like, there we go.
Flashed. Oh.
I believe it's
Okay, I see
rude to
the
ask to
room again.
touch somebody because you think they're soft. Well,
That
they
is
would be.
rude. Wait, you
Just
you
do we?
you stabbed me, and then I see the dagger. Oh,
I think
pull
as far as
Who
faux
pulls
pas
it out?
goes, you're currently stacked up higher, Semibreve.
I just look to you and go, why did you stab me? That's incredibly rude.
Be honest,
The
I
entire
slapped you around the back of the head a few times, and I was just amazed. And then your friend
Oh, did
pointed
you?
out you couldn't feel anything.
Renville declares war on the Living Court. We all saw it.
That is true. It could be seen as an
This
act
is
of
not what
war.
happened.
My arm says otherwise.
What wound?
It's still there for the moment.
Plus, I technically can't make one.
Were you a representative? You can.
No, I can't because it still comes down to my mother.
Your mother is not here. I was good. I was going to say your mother is not
Aldea
here.
is
There's a panicked look for a hot second that is very quickly masked over.
You see, Jarvan has an evil,
Oh.
funny, evil look on his face.
Amlest recognizes the aggression from the Renvenel province towards the Living Court.
Oh,
Eldea's feathers just fluff up and she covers her ears. Too noisy! Too
Oh,
noisy.
sorry.
If you want to touch and there's no war, you touch, no war. Job done. And she just fluffles
wait.
like 2-3 inches bigger because of
Oh.
the fluffle of feathers.
Eldea, Eldea,
Mm. Mm.
may I measure your head? Would you like some earmuffs?
Okay.
You see, he pulls a barrel off his back, starts digging through it. You see, he pulls out a tape measure. He just very gently measures your head. Okay. You see, pulls out some shears, cuts some fur off, and he starts knitting it together to start making some earmuffs. Yes, I have. I don't know. Probably. It's just blacksmithing. I never said they were good,
Black.
but I want to make it good.
Aww.
Makes it adjustable. That's it, yes.
Okay.
I hold that out. I hold that out to you. It's like he just like balances it on his finger, just holds it out to you. Here you go.
He'll just sort of gently pick it up. Thank you. And then rummages in her pocket and pulls out one of her old feathers that had come out from a molt and just
Yeah.
gives it to him. Good trick.
He takes
Puts
it,
the muscle.
gently feels the feather. Thank you.
Right, that's it. Nathan's going to become possessed by some big bad entity again. Nathan's collecting feathers again. We all know how this ends.
He you see he takes the feather and he pulls out a small little box from his from the barrel, opens it up and very gently puts it in the box, closes it back in the barrel. There we go. So you can really adjust it, but it should, if you put it to max, you should basically mute us.
Thank you. Now that I have circumvented war, I may just do that. And she just turns it all the way up and then settles on the top of Cavdeth's head.
I will say, as you put them on and as you kind of like turn them to full, you're hearing the sound of like the in and stuff. So they just go silent. The world is silent to you.
And she's got a pleased punch face, like she's turned to Gadra and look, I can't hear anything. Just pointing at the earbuds. Just looking really happy that suddenly everything has gone quiet again.
Right. The drinks, I think too much serious talk has happened. Let's all have a fun time, yes?
Oop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He slams down 10 gold. A cake for all the 5 of us.
Looks at the gold. He's like, I brought you a drink because I thought you were broke.
No, I just very much appreciated the gesture.
Which is like barely like it's had like that much drunk out of it.
He heartily drinks
We
his.
were sharing.
Right. Asteran, I think we got off on the wrong foot.
No, it's the right one.
Yes.
You did the bell correctly.
My introduction still is valid. I am Asteran. I am the representative of Camlest Isle. an emissary of Emperor Zarethiel.
It's going to be all sorts of interesting tomorrow. For now,
Yes.
though, shall we just be us rather than represent?
Very well.
X.
Some might say that me just being me, however, might be more of a handful than those titles.
Oh, please. I love a good story. Tell.
Would you like me to start with when the world spawned me into being?
Go on then.
Oh boy, this one. Alright. It is going to be a long. Right, Barkeep, how long will it take for everyone to be smashed? Well,
A hell of a lot less
probably-
time than it will be for me to get through the first 10 years of my life.
Fuck off, will it?
But there's a obviously like they are totally like
Zoned
focused
in.
on you, and it's kind of like
Aye. It was a very dry place then. No, but I have heard the stories. It was very dry.
I want to hear Asteran tell it.
In the beginning of the days of elves, there were, as you know, the three firsts, the templates. One of them sits here today, as I glance towards Gadvek. The other two are the first Erithos and the first Aldoran, who unfortunately could not be with us today. However, it was a short while after these three were brought into being by the world that their disciples were also brought with them. Disciples being a roundabout way of saying it. You had a variance of different Mystarin that were given to you, as were the Erithos, and also the Aldoran. Incidentally, I am an Aldoran elf, and I knew the first. I would say that out of pride I would fight the man, but quite frankly, I'm not a fool. Now, it was for a time that the elves managed to exist together in, I hesitate to say harmony, but an understanding. The Mystaran took to their groves. The Erithos built great wonder cities. And the Aloran bolstered their martial prowess within their war bands. However, there came a day. There came a day where other beings came down from the heavens. It was unclear to us at the time whether they were made by the world or not. However, those wandering war bands, along with the blessings of both the Mystarin or the Erithos, saw that these aliens were a threat. And they slew each one of them, along with destroying the vessel upon which they came to this land with. This caused the world sadness as far as the tales go, and caused the world to shed a tear. This tear dropped upon the land and formed the oceans that you see this day. There was great flooding until it all settled. But quite frankly, that was not the day that the elves learnt what hubris was. If you would like, I can keep going upon the tales of humans and their relation with the elves, all
Oh,
up until the point it all got turned around.
Such fascinating creatures they are.
More interested in personal story. Your first fight.
My
Your
first fight.
First victory. The first time you ate a cupcake.
I can tell you the tale of my first fight, although it is not perhaps as exciting as perhaps you would want. It was with another, now deceased, on my first ever lesson with a long sword. Back then, they were made of copper. We did not have the means in which to smelt steel or silver or any other metals. I will say that she defeated me quite handily. And it was a few years more that we didn't have marriage back then, but the closest equivalent to my first wife.
Oh. I mean, that's a way to meet somebody.
As
Far
far
more
as
interesting.
as far as we were concerned back then, that was the only way to meet. If a woman did not respect you in battle, then she would not have you. And that was to be expected.
You definitely speak for yourself. I am going to say that right now. It definitely wasn't how we did it.
I'm sorry, what exactly are you talking about?
Oh, we wanted to meet someone and, not have to kill each other for that.
Was this when you were an Erithos or when you became a troll?
Oh. These are back to the original days. Bit hazy, but I still remember it to bits and pieces. I remember my first ever sword. Glambrig. It was a nice little. It was a rapier, if I remember correctly. I think that took me 60 years to make.
That is quick by elf standards.
I know. Well, it was the first piece. But yes, I would develop, of course, spending centuries on these things. Until I figured out that there was a much easier way to do shit. Well, after this. And he kind of actually just indicates to himself. I'm curious. And he looks to you, Laura. How versed are you on the origins of trolls, orcs, and goblins?
Text their history. When my character wants to catch up. My history. Where the fuck is history? Come on, character. Load.
Laws, academic law.
My history's 6. Dookie. Two. 1. Throw. I roll a 16 altogether. Aware of some bits, so I know there was a very bit change to when these things occurred. Not kind of sure how. I kind of know the, you know, who became what.
Ah, you know the basics. I see. Well,
Well, yes,
there was a big choice at one point, and we had to choose. Me and my companions chose one way. Others, and he kind of indicates to Asteran and the other elves, chose another. And, well, from history, as you know, I once was an elf. I still vaguely remember my times. You see, he kind of wanders off a little bit in his own head. Yes, times. Sorry, Astra, continue your story you're doing about whole human thing.
Very well. This directly relates to what Yavin was just talking about.
Every breath looks very kind of like, you know, when like it's a you got me going. But there's a story. There's a story. They stopped midway through the story. What?
Eldea
Yes.
will just go, I remember before I was born. And just leans back
You can't. You hear
on
nothing. You're muted.
Candeth. No, she took them off when
Oh, okay.
Candeth moved. Yeah. Wanted to see who was pissing him off, just in case they needed to die. But just a
Hair in my
thought.
headphones. It's really pissing me off.
Oh,
Oh no. I promise it's not my fur.
Tickling the inside of my ear for like the last 5 minutes. It's horrible.
nice.
As you have heard, the world is able to make new peoples, new races. It did this 3 times, the elves. But it also did it a very many more times. 3 of these instances were the humans and their sub-races, the Talrains, the Northerners, and the... What was the third? My
Third?
memory is escaping me.
Oh, Denzin.
Ensign.
Yeah, we done Taurin and Nordens. Yeah, it was Denzin's. That's the one.
Denzin's Talrain, yes. When these people came to the world saw to give them only a fleeting lifespan, one that was nowhere near the same as the elves. There were murmurs amongst the elven kinds that this meant that they were lesser creatures. Their time on this world was less, and therefore it must not have as much value. For a long time, this way of thinking was the dominant one, where they were not simply hunted for sport, they were kept in indentured servitude, slaves, made to toil away on the elves' own ends. There came a time, because the humans too had the firsts of their own races, and so it was that the first Denzin, the first Talrain, and the first Northerner devised a plan between them in order to take their peoples away from their servitude. They conducted a ritual, a great ritual, where they sacrificed one of the firsts of their own race to give to them a weapon that would be bane to elven kind, to send them a message that they would not be in servitude no more. These weapons were henceforth named Blood and Bone, and their cut was devastating to any elf that it came near. With these weapons and their figureheads, they were able to wade away from their elven captors to mark out their territories to the northwest of the Emerald City, what we know as Sondred today. Yes.
Those blades were wrong to look at. They just felt. And it just flops back on top of Camdeth's head and closes her eyes. They were unpleasant.
Evidently, the first Mystaran has much more insight and wisdom on the nature of these things. After they had established their place in Sondred, many elves saw that the status quo was being challenged, that they would try to make sure that the elves in superiority would be retained. And so they too conducted a ritual to beseech the world for a weapon that would do to the humans as Blood and Bone did to the elven kind. However, their ritual was done in malice. It was done in greed. It was one that sought only to evil the land. And the land saw this and cursed their rituals. The Erethos, the Mystaran, and the Alaran that took part in these rituals were cursed, their bodies twisted and changed. The Alaran became the goblin. The Mystaran became the orc. And the Erethos
became trolls.
Not every troll, orc, and goblin you see is a result of that ritual. They retain the ability to breed. And that is the origin of those races.
So yes, it was, and I look to words. I look to Camdas and I go, it was still it. So as I said, it was a choice, just not one that we expected. Though I will admit, since changing, I have definitely seen the merits of humans. Their ingenuity, their strive to achieve the impossible in such a short time. They're ambitious, crafty, and a hell of a lot of fun when you get to know them. Though the death of the king was not great.
I can understand as to why you would weep for the death of your king.
Me and my friends were not all that pleased when it happened, to say the least.
I know not if the first of the Alaran is dead or alive. I have not seen him in many, many, many years. He lives.
Oh, Which island's this? Give him a visit.
Good to hear.
I might give him a visit at some point then. I did not know. Oh, I'm aware.
While this is all going on, you see that Semi-Brief has got a notebook out and they're writing, but they're not writing words, they're writing music notes
Yeah.
over and over and like in lines. They're basically writing sheet music. Kind of lost in a moment. Kit's going to very quickly get to the loo though.
That's fine.
Um,
I must say, it is getting late. I see there. You are so old. All right, don't brag. Well, who knows? Maybe you could be young and supple like me one day. No, it is good to catch up. It's been too long. That's true. I just look to Aldea. Are you going to finish that? And I just point at the pint or the keg. I think you're on. Okay. Can I have it then? I just take it. Just down in one. I'm looking at going chug, 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 chug.
Aldea squeals and jumps over to Gadrick because she was on his head, man. She's like, nope.
Chug, 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 chug. Oh,
Just
come
for
on.
just
You can
for
do better.
just for reference, a gallon is 8 pints.
Hell.
Come on, I know you can do it. I believe in you. Yes. Yes. So I like give him like a proper slap on the back, like victory slap. Yes, I knew you could. Oh, okay. I just laugh at him. uh, at least you won't be hungover in the morning. God, that's right. You try. You try with yours.
He just kind of looks to you and just looks to the thing. I mean, he has been going through it as the night's been
Yeah.
going on. So I'd say it's about. He probably went for about 3 pints. So we're looking at 5 pints left.
Yeah. Do it. Down the fight. Down Pints. Drink the pints. Yes.
Yes. A Constitution save is not a thing, Blake. That's 5e you're thinking of.
Make a vitality save.
Shall I need to maybe do a hold breath check, maybe a resist poison check, maybe? Okay. 5 pints.
It's 5.
No, Blake, I said
No, no.
5 pints. A 19.
So close.
Yeah, fuck it.
Do it, do it.
Okay.
Drink that pint. Drink that pint.
That is a total of 12.
I turn.
I could imagine.
I shake you slightly in victory and say, yes! I look to you, Aura. I see you've not really touched yours.
Aura is completely engrossed in writing this music until I get a heads up from Blake that what I want to do is
Yeah.
okay. It's in DMs.
But I will say, while he's checking that, you will eventually hear it. But you just hear Jarvan's going, drink the pint, drink the drink the gallons, I guess. Drink the gallon, drink the gallon.
I like that Eldea is the only one that hasn't had this like peer pressure going on.
You are 1 foot.
You want it to be the size of a pint. You are
Just,
a
it's
pint.
eight times the volume of your body. It's like,
Just got this marriage, like just this giant like belly of feathers, and just rolling around, going, ick, ick.
I'll say this now. Jarvan is crazy.
have
He's
done
not
it.
stupid.
That's good to know that I get a free pass.
If it was a normal pint, then maybe.
if I take damage, I'm water resistant. I take 5 less damage from water-based
fly.
attacks.
It's not water, it's ale. It's a difference. It's not watered down
It's
bullshit.
corrosive.
Oh,
That's the good shit.
Outfly.
Looks at the incredibly drunken people and
I'm not drunk.
Aura.
No, two of us are
I'll
still incredibly
say,
sober.
I think they might need help with Asteran and Javin.
I'm
though,
sober still.
Aura. Get yourself to bed though. Yes, but it's just you, in general. But yeah, she'll sort of give him like a little kiss on the cheek and then hop over to Aura because
What va?
Pink.
I like her sass.
Was that okay, Blake? Yeah. Cool. At that point, would it be that point where I asked what's his face to make an announcement, or is it long past that? Yeah. Yeah.
oh yeah, getting
Drink
her
the
energy back.
gallons. Drink the gallons.
Sorry, Kit generally struggled to understand that last sentence. Yes? Well, of course. Like the point was that not everybody is in this bar, so
Get everyone here. It's easy enough.
yes. I'm sure my voice will carry. I'm
Are you
assuming
doing?
that my entourage kind of like just points to everybody. Be allowed to join me.
You'll flutter over to Asteran. Yeah.
Gotta just quickly like I know it's thick, but basically, with my sharp intuition, can I sense motive and check? Basically, I'm gonna try and skim read through this. I'm a fae. I know contracts.
Yeah.
I've got sharp intuition. Can I basically leaf through it and just look for keywords that I need to be aware of? With advantage. Right, I need to get a sense motive up. Skills. There it's that. There it is. Oh, it's that. Yeah, I forgot it was that. Okay. What? Throw. It did not do it. Oh, fine. Oh, the animation took a while to catch up with itself. Oh. Natural fucking 20
Nice.
plus 14. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Basic. There's nothing sneaky hidden in there. What I'm worried. Mm-hmm. The fuck out, fly. Um. Yeah. That's what. Sorry, I'm just gonna. I'm ready for this fucking fly. Yeah. She'll. Well, they'll sign it as semi-brief. Do you want to come with me? I had designed this, but it seems it's very legit. It just means that if we do anything, we'll be held liable, which I'm sure we're not going to do. No one here has any alternative issues. Otherwise, you wouldn't feel like you would like to sign this, would you? And we're going to spin it around.
Asteran is currently outside of his own senses. I feel this would be quite rude. Give me a moment. And she'll pop over to Asteran's shoulder and just poke him on the forehead and pop a moderate cure poison to see if that helps sober him up.
Yeah.
Just sort of.
Why, it's fucking immune.
Yes. A restoration spell.
Oh, that means you can
Usefully.
take another one.
Well, we're about to perform, so if anybody wants to come with me and
We?
watch,
I do not perform.
okay,
And like her cloak goes further over.
I'm about to perform. If you would like to see it, we'll carry.
Oh.
But if you want to get up close and personal, watch.
He he takes the barrel off his back again, jumbles through it, grabs the box again, opens it up, and you see he pulls out some small spectacles, puts them on, and he starts slowly going through the paperwork.
Jonathan, I can personally assure to you this is clandestine and tight. It is.
If I don't read this, I know Saranja's gonna be on my ass for it. So I'm covering my own ass for it. And he starts to just read through.
You know what? I'm gonna go perform, and you guys can stand at the top of the auditorium and listen. Does that sound okay?
I'm sure that we will catch up if we get to it.
I won't be long. He sees already about a third of the way through.
But I'm gonna go warm up, if that's okay. Kind of
Yep.
looks towards Catboy. You should have, and possibly, like, it's an auditorium. Your voice is loud and impressive. Carry. Just like kind of taps like belly. Speak from down here. Exactly.
Blake, just quick question. Just quick reminder. What's this guy's name again? Yeah.
Catboy.
Tiger Boy. I know it starts with an R, but I can't remember the rest of it. Radden. Okay, that's it. Radden, yes. Oh, Araden. Sorry. Okay. He's about halfway through at this point. Let me know when you get to about the door.
Yeah, it's going. Look, going. See you in a bit.
Hey, Radden!
Sorry.
Hey, Radden! He's about 2/3 of the way through now. Can we bring our own ale? And can we sell things? Yeah. Someone will buy, I promise. And at that point, he finishes, signs it. Thank you. He just walks out to go to meet Aura. Don't be long after. It's completely clean, I can promise you. You're unmuted.
All I saw was you look like you stabbed your.
Oh, fuck this line. He just gives a nod towards Yadvin, takes out his cold iron dagger, just stabs it into where his side of the contract should be.
There is a razor eyebrow, like,
It's how he finds things.
In stark contrast, Aldea will dip her foot in some soot and then put her foot on the paper because the
It's so tiny
no
and
pen.
adorable.
pens are bigger than her.
Alright, eventually I'm going to make you an entirely tiny stationery set that you can use at some point.
Awesome.
Boy, now half this campaign is me losing my shit over teeny tiny things for Aldea.
Our new mission.
Imagine Giant making teeny tiny things for teeny owl.
Think about Aura wearing a backpack that is basically Aldea's house as they move. It's got little rooms in it, and when you unzip it, it's got different floors like a dollhouse.
Oh, you're not living in my hair anymore?
You can live in your head, but
Or
you
is,
know, I wanted to
or is that your summer home?
Anyway,
come home, man.
We all head off. I put up a sign. I still put up sign. It says Jorvis Yana's Jorvis Yana's wandering shop. sticks it up, puts the barrel in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Your voice will bring the crowds. I know it. The crowd will find a way.
My name is Semi-Brief, and they will kind of like they're still staying in aura form. Oh my gosh, he's Gilmore mixed with Tigger.
I was gonna say.
Oh god, yeah. Well, Landon,
I,
can
I
you get
applaud
me a
him.
steak? Can you get me a steak? Yeah, I am peckish.
Just enjoy.
But you said we'd ask you if we need anything. We are in conundrum.
It's Gilmore.
I'm going to say one thing and one thing only. I definitely think you could handle raw meat. I said I definitely think you can handle raw meat wherever you pulled that out from. So yes, your performance, please. Let us hear. Bring the crowd to me.
They make their way up on stage, and we'll start. And they pull out their violin and start playing a really long. It starts off really like very long, like notes that almost sound like somebody's crying. Really sorrowful song. As lights will, because like motes of light will just flicker behind them, and they are effectively retelling the stories that you told of the first elves and the first human story. But they are interchanging parts of it. So there'll be a verse
So
from
today-
the elf's point of view that'll be sung in common. Then then when that introduction is done, then move on to the humans and how they first came in. That'll be done in his speak, and it kind of it's very slow. And even in these bits where it's about life and starting and stuff, it's still slow and it kind of speeds up and becomes more sorrowful as it goes through that kind of tenuous time and um, the rituals that were done, until it gets to a really mournful long crescendo where like the note ends on what sounds like almost a scream, and then the whole song kind of flips and it becomes more happier and starts talking about the way things are now, how we've improved, how life has changed, all the different races, all the different people that are around, the fact that loads of people have gathered from all different areas, how innovation how innovation is, how we've struggled and strived but come out the other side and stuff, and then kind of ends on that kind of unifying kind of notion.
Yeah.
And it's like sung completely from their core. The last little bit I have to see if Blake will allow that to happen, because I don't know how that would manifest.
I will say now, Jarvan completely forgot to do his salesman pitch throughout. I will say as well, whoever is paying attention, he does not look like his normal. He's not looking like his normal jovial self. He definitely seems very much lost in thought. He seems to kind of be lost in memories that are not usually there.
Literally, as it gets that final crescendo, all those motes are like kind of just make a single kind of spark, and it just. And there's a very deep bow, and just kind of looks to all of you for like just like
You see Jarvan is clapping with all four of his arms. One of them
There's
still has
just
a dagger in it.
still sitting on Asteran's shoulder, just clapping.
I pack up shop.
that was that was different. Sorry, the story was really like it touched me, and I have a bit of a bad habit of taking stories and wanting to create and let people see these stories.
Jarvan will approach you. Oh, sorry. Just gonna say, Jarvan will approach you as you say that. I'm imagining you're like on a stage at this stage, yeah.
Yeah.
How tall's the stage? Out of curiosity. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was gonna say whether or not like how close to head face level it is. Um, he slightly bends down, so you're actually face to face. He's not looking down at you with this. He goes, I must say that was a very beautiful piece. It made me think.
Thank you. Um, Astra, mate, you okay? Uh, you haven't said much.
I saw many faces during this performance. It brought to mind many things which I have since left behind. I take these as a indication as to where I know I must go.
I I hope that I helped, and I really hope that I didn't cause any issue.
No, I have long since atoned for those sins.
Thank you.
I look to you with a smirk on my face, and I go, "Do you want to see your crowd?" I pick you up and I place you on my shoulders. So
As
you said
as
you're like
you-
7 to 8 feet tall, aren't you?
Yeah, but literally as you pick it up, you will feel the form shrink a little bit as they kind of just they're kind of shocked in the moment, so they're just going no.
And he strides with purpose to the front of the amphitheater to essentially greet the crowd, showing breathe off. Like basically, like this is who it is. I think you should address your crowd. I'm gonna say now that's a good throw considering Bree's face is like 17 feet in the air right now.
Easier target.
Yeah, that's fair.
Blake, just so you're aware, they can't hear you on stream. Um,
People are is
it's first stream.
It's a strange thing that we can be heard, but he can't.
Yeah.
yeah. So we're coming through there. You're needing to come through a mic, and it's not picking up the mic portion.
Circus, Afro circus, Afro circus, Afro
Circus.
polka dot, polka dot, polka dot, polka dot circus.
Oh god, I remember
Look
when
at the
that was.
keys. Look at the keys.
God,
Physical, real
Jiggle,
life
jiggle, jiggle.
sized Aldea. Woo.
Oh,
mystical eye looking thing.
Ooh, that's mystical.
Also, that general dude.
Oh.
Is this who I think it is?
There we go. Cool. That should be working now.
Fantastic.
No idea why that wasn't working before, but hey, you now have me on your line. Wonderful. Fantastic.
Huzzah!
And the most magical moment of the night was significantly just
I
gone.
know!
Cool.
It's okay, it will remain a mystery.
It will remain in your memories forever. So, you wade through the crowds. I'd imagine, given the evening and everything else, you don't really have time to address them.
It's more kind of just there's a really short thing that they want to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is history should never be forgotten. That's why we retell the stories. That's why tale is so important. But now we are looking to a better future. Now we are becoming something else. We are better. We have grown. We have learned. Don't hang your head in shame for the past. Just remember.
You
Don't mourn those whom you have lost, but remember them. And push forward to for what we want. Push forward for what we need.
you hear one person in the audience scream, "Viva la Cervante! Viva la Union!" And a small crowd starts kind of calling it out.
Panicking.
Would you like to come back down?
Please.
You see a few people handing out beers and alcohol between each other as you hop down.
I suppose you didn't understand just how big this would be until it happened.
But it kind of got what I wanted across. There's generally a feeling of here I want to, despite everything that's people coming together, there are still animosities, and that's not conducive to a gathering.
Breathe very quickly. What kind of merchandise would you want?
I just realised I said that so high my mic didn't pick it up. It's just they look at you like, I don't know.
He turns around to the crowd. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to the show. I now have plenty of things to sell for you. I give you
Let
good
them
prices.
enjoy it. Just let them enjoy it.
I am.
Just let them.
You start making small clockwork semi-breaths that say 2 lines and then break, and then you have to take out this small cog component, realign them and pop it back in, and it'll do 2 lines and it'll do it again.
Well, no, every time they bring it back to me, I just fix it without meaning to. It's like, no, it's still fine. Look, it does the thing.
Look at that, you've been gone from home to the capital for all the 24 hours, and now you already have action figures.
I will tell the crowd they have prototypes right now, so they're on discount. Very good price.
Oh god. So as the evening winds down, you sell your wares. Shoddy though they may be, the crowd is alive with vim and vigour. Come morning, when the hangovers hit, for those of you who haven't been cured of your poisons,
I think I have poisons.
the potion is sat there right next to you, should you need it.
Probably because I would have got smashed after that.
Everybody's throwing me bottles and they're all doing underhand.
Yeah,
Spots with
it's
their
also-
time.
That's
Oh,
a good
plus
sign.
I think I've just increased my dexterity.
Yeah, I'm learning how to juggle.
Yay.
Anyway,
And that just made them cheer more.
God, you're so famous.
oh my. But
It's
yes,
game day.
come morning, you head to the auditorium. And everybody is there. You notice there is... Oh my god. Sorry, nature has called and she refuses to take no for an answer. I'll be a brief moment.
Okay, that's fine.
Really intense moment, and I'm gone.
I can imagine us walking there.
Yeah, us walking there.
Yes. I just,
Generally cause something, do you? Now,
nah,
very concerned.
you'll be fine.
Who's Aldaya perched on today?
Or
That's
snapping
back on.
against.
Yeah, well, she's currently just laying on
Back on the
North
boys.
Tracy. Yeah, just sort of This is my boy. I'm supposed to be like all with him.
I will say just before we meet up with Breathe and Aldea, Jarvan does kind of go to you, Astron.
Yes.
So, how is the head after the good night?
Completely clear.
That is good. Tell me, what did you think of Breathe's performance?
They've evidently got some talent in what they do.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, I was saying how that I remembered some things that I thought were long forgotten.
What was that?
Days when I was a Eretz.
Right.
Days of strife and death.
I suppose it was a bit of a bittersweet revelation.
Indeed. Though I remembered the whole point of the story I was trying to say yesterday in regards to like how you fought to meet the one that would be essentially your wife, you know, how we did things differently. Oh, I forgot to mention, I forgot to tell them that the whole thing we did was give gifts.
Seems reasonable.
If I remember, I'll tell them later. Should be
If
ahead
I-
of them.
Yes. If I'm honest, I did not have much of a tutelage in the intricacies of the other elven cultures.
You had no reason to.
So,
Yes.
We arrived.
you all arrive, and you take your seats around this great circular amphitheatre. And Asteran, you're given the floor. A large scroll is unravelled and examined for the contents. It reads thusly: I, Lord Zarathian, have peered, as I do often, into the far future. I see, henceforth, a 5-year. But this time, when I did so, the 5th year was clouded. I have only known of one occasion in record where clouded occasion came. And it was during the era of reclamation, when one tried to peer into the corruption that lied in those lands. So far as I can tell, either great calamity is upon us, or a great change is soon to happen, in which possibility and impossibility meet. It is for this purpose that I have requested my sworn representative, Asteran, to move in my stead and call forth these nations, so that they may heed these words, and if they see fit, draw party with Asteran, so that we may investigate what the cause of this great change is, and how we can best navigate it. So far as I understand, the first port of call would be to examine the world gates that sit on each continent, those that connect this world to others that have fallen, or even the Fey Gate, and the gates that lie to worlds that still may exist. The World Gate has not opened in a great many years. When it first closed, we thought this was an easing, a transition. It is quite possible that what that gate entailed is now complete. A great movement is here, and I call to all nations. We must be as one if we are to make any change against this tide that flows far higher than any single nation have the capacity to combat. I ask you to set aside your blades, set aside your indifference, to set aside your hate. For if this world is to continue, I believe this is what must be done. And that's what it says.
Actually, there's a great silence over the amphitheatre.
Yeah, that's pretty harrowing.
To a degree, because Eldel looked to Gadfar with this knowing look of, remember this conversation? We had that like years ago.
Gadvar gives like a knowing nod to you. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
You see Gadvar raises an arm, which is like a universal, may I have the floor.
I acquiesce the ball to Gadvar.
Gadvar takes. It has long since been knowledge to those of the Mystarim, those of rights of the world, those that touch the great groves, hear the trees and the words of Lauren herself. It has long since been known that what we sit on is a great seed, amidst a great fruit. The fruit is attached to a great tree. That tree reaches down into infinity, and along its roots worlds grow. It is from these roots that the power this world needs is drawn. It is from these roots and the power of this tree that our sun is. And it is from these roots that our seeds, that Aloran grows. The fruit is due to fall. We know not when, for neither does Aloran. This change may well be that change, or it may be another. Let it be known, if it is that change, the world will change forever, as the fruit that we once called home is bred to nourish our world, so that it may grow into a great tree. The skin that once protected us will fall. Evils that seek foothold in this world will pull forth, and we must stand and fight them. We must keep this seed from harm, its protector, its servants, its guide. And in doing so, allow another great tree to grow. Another infinity. But the world will not be as we know it. As it grows, it will change. And so will we.
realises it's not a clapping moment and stops. No. This was amazing! Oh yeah, wait, no.
I've just got
Shock
my
to
full
everyone
eyes
else.
Mm.
Yeah, she goes to clap and goes, oh yeah, not everybody else knew this. Okay. This is on
Not everybody else is down for the tree like apocalypse, the tropocalypse, if you will.
She's had a few years to get used to this by this point. She's like, yeah, whatever, tree apocalypse. That was yesterday's news, man.
I think interrogation of the gates is a good start. And my apologies, Jarvan. Do you wish the floor?
You see, he's like partway through, like about to pick his nose. Oh no. No, I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just, as a player, I was just gonna say I think Aldea probably sees him like slowly go to his nose. It's just like
She's not gonna do anything. She's just gonna watch it. Like, is he gonna actually do that or not?
yeah, it's just like he gets
Oh,
like
God.
pointed out, fingers still hovering, and then it goes in.
I suppose then
You see it?
Astron raises his hand.
He
Yes, you have.
gives you the floor.
Thank you for your wisdom on this matter. Now, on behalf of Lord Zarethian, I beseech each one of these representatives, will you send others to assist upon this task?
You
Let any
see
who have thoughts on this matter raise their hand now.
a woman with very sheer white-like skin, dark raven hair, and a very low collared dress raises her hand.
I motion for us to take the thing as I step up.
As the announcer announces who this is, it is Lady Velshari of Grella. She stands. Grella does not have an academy of adventurers. It does not have any outstanding militiamen or people of providence that we can spare. That said, those of Grella permit any of these unified nations to utilize her grounds for anything they should need, and we shall assign chaperone to assist in any matters within Grella. We hope this will aid the unified movements in these. You hear another one step forth. This is like a large, the best way I could describe it is a large man with like a long nose, black and like white patches, and long claws as he stands. He is Cad Badger of the Claw Isles. He stands. The Claw Isles have only recently become unified themselves, and have made misjudgments in placing their kindness in our hands of others before. As with Grella, we will offer assistance and guidance for those in our lands and freedom of movement for those assigned to this task. But we shall not issue our people to that. Should the preliminary force show themselves to be of good standing and respect, then perhaps we should have somebody assist further. This will be discussed in the unification and the gathering of clans. We hope this helps, he says as he gives a nod, kind of shuffles off.
I will say Jarvan kind of rolls his eyes stands up a bit.
Oh.
Two of his hands behind his head, the other two just crossed in front of him.
You see another person clamber up. This is a person with a kind of like pirate-like hat, captain's coat. She's got these like huge boots just below the end, just below her knees, and she kind of like sits at the top. There is fuck all I could offer any of you. Absolutely piss shit all that I could do for you guys on land. There is, however, two things I can do for you actually. I can offer you an undead army, should you need it. And any seafaring travel, should other means not be available to you. And we will ensure that your movement through the seas are unharried by any intrepid entrepreneurs who seek fortune on the seas, shall we say. We hope you'll find this amicable. Right. She turns round, sits down.
I will say, not so quietly, but not to anyone in particular. Jarvan just sort of goes, "Finally, someone that actually offers their services usefully."
Ooh.
There's a look of like, because I think you're opposite Semi.
Probably, because I'm part of the living core.
We're sitting opposite on the other
Yeah.
side.
You see, he is so nonchalant about it right now.
Just Semi kind of just looks at you, does a kind of like, you know, kind of like she's trying to like they're trying to signal to you like, chill the fuck. This.
He just puts his hand up. May I have the floor?
Absolutely, she says as she goes to sit down.
Lovely. He gets up
Oh, no,
onto the
Sammy
stage.
leaves.
And the dogs is free.
Sammy's done.
Semi's fucking out.
He takes
Uh,
this down.
Just by the way, she was the representative from Swindler's Bay.
I couldn't tell.
Um,
I know that one though.
I indicate to her and I go, first of all, thank you very much for your very useful words. The other two, hopefully once they see results, they'll do other things other than just sit. I will give my assistance to Asteran in regards to this situation. Living courts, though I'm supposed to be representing them, so apologies. Do not take me for their way of thinking. I'm very different. But they are mainly merchants, industrialists, and I am sure they will provide aid to those who wish to actually help and not sit by the sidelines. I definitely will be. So if you will have me, I will join you on this journey. I just occasionally have to write back to my workshop, make sure things are still going smoothly. Other than that, end of the world, not the greatest thing for business or world.
Semi, she's like,
That is.
Even Aldea is sitting there going,
He gives no fucks. He just looks to the rest of. He just looks to the rest and goes. So, hopefully, more of you will give full aid to Asteran's endeavors. Yes. Whoever wishes the floor next can just simply stand and go onto stage.
You see Gadvar kind of like whispers over to you, Aldea, goes, "Do you wish to join them?"
she'll whisper back, I don't think I have much of a choice. This is the way that she's blowing me, and the other two as well.
Understood. He kind of like steps up afterwards.
I'll just take a seat.
Hey.
Look at the crowd and see how many angry eyes are on me.
Oh, Grella is like eye hole boring a hole through your head. The Chloriles seem to be like, you know what, I can understand that point. We're being a little bit reserved.
We know he's an idiot.
No, the Chlorals are like, yeah, we're being reserved, but we don't really have much of a choice. Last time it ended really fucking badly for us.
And people lied about slavery to them as well, so like they're allowed to be all like, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
I will admit.
Murderous bastards.
I will say, Grilla probably understood that most of my words to her were directed at them.
So yeah,
As I just give her a smirk.
you see the old wizened elf walk up. I offer to thee unification and assistance to Astran. I give a very talented right user, Eldea, to assist you on this project. I also offer you free passage through any grove to another. May that he help quicken your pace as you move across the land to investigate. I also offer on Eldea's orders and requisition the fruits of the first trees. Gives a nod and heads back down to sea.
Representative from the Arcane, will you take a stand?
Indeed I shall. You see like a fairly like tan looking man with this kind of scarf across his shoulder who looks like he's wearing like fairly large clothes, like padded, almost like he's cold. Now, the Arcane has very little, but I will offer you the secrets that we hold. There is 3 paths through the Arcane. They are yours to move as you wish. We have words we can give you. Secrets transcribed by what we perceived as madmen before they proved useful. These will be requisitioned for yourselves. They are effectively the words and teachings of those who speak to the fates. They are yours to hold and to read and examine. I will have them transcribed and given to you by morning. We have very little people, but I will offer you a guide to the sands, and should you find yourself in any desert, I will offer you somebody to come to your aid if you have any means of communicating us. I will have them put to you. I will have these taken to Toka province, taken through the groves to your location, so they may assist. Beyond that, what else can our sands offer? They can also offer you some of the empowering sands, sacred spices for utilization within alchemies to help empower you through tough times. You have our aid. I hope this is enough. He gives a nod and sits back down.
And Rodshire.
Rodshire kind of like looks at you. He goes, I believe Missy had her hand up. He gestures to Semi-Brief.
Semi-Brief.
No, actually.
Christ, you ain't even got a beard and you're a lord. Grow it out, man.
At least they could actually grow a pecker like you if they wanted.
I've got one right here. He says as he grabs his crutch and does a little.
Semi just like turns a deep blue.
I go, right, well shut the fuck up.
Not that it's anyone's business. It's no bad lie.
It's not particularly something we care about. If you'd like to get to the point and take the stand, I was just saying I didn't want to get in front of you because you look like you're actually doing it the proper way.
Thank you.
I was trying to be polite.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
You're welcome.
Truly. Your beard is magnificent.
It is glorious.
I wish to echo words that I sang last night. Ones that I know that all of you heard. We are all equal in the fact that we're different. We are all the same, but different. We're united in the fact that we are held together on this world by powers that we don't necessarily understand. Some of us do. When you tune 1,000 pianos to the same note, that note becomes a roar. That roar will be heard. Doesn't matter what you give, who you kill for. As long as we can all work together on this, that's what truly matters. Because this is our world. And we're the ones that live on it. We need to do this. That's one. I will be putting myself forward to work with you. And I will speak to the guild community and see who I can muster and bring. And any resources that can be mustered.
You see a member of Cervanti take the stand. Like, just not even with your permission, they literally stand up and go, "Unfortunately, miss, sir, under the accordance of the Cervanti Accords, no signed guild person can be directly associated with international affairs."
Maybe it's time for a change for that then.
It is
Because
a
this
foreign
is-
power.
Because at this moment in time, to be frank, we're all fucked. So we might as well be all fucked together and work as one.
You see like several murmurs and disgruntled people in the background. Zarethian sat there, like, kind of shooting Astrid glances and dirty looks.
I stood with
Strand's meeting his gaze every now and then.
I've stood with Guildsmoke. I've stood and watched them fight. I've watched them do incredible things in seconds. How not to utilize that? How could we not use people that are well versed in doing exactly what needs to be done?
Because, simply put, we cannot understand what they can do. You get that word from the Arcane. Many people who sit there within the guild come from beyond the World Gate. They are people we have never seen. Now, they are still people, sure. They still deserve this, yes. But we do not know if they cause corruption. We do not know if they have ill effects on those around them. And we cannot permit our people or expect our people to treat these people with kindness and respect that they deserve. Yes, Lord Asteran.
I'm not a lord, but I do have a proposition. As he stands and takes the floor. There are going to be many things that are going to need to be taken care of while this entire thing's going on. Whilst we investigate these gates, there will still be calamities, other things, smaller things that are happening along the world. Things that the Adventurous Guild of Sondred is meant to solve, is it not, Zarethian Asteran? As the representative of the guild, the only guild members I know of seniority here.
Not the only guild member here.
I said seniority.
I know. I'm making a point to kind of looks toward those that were doing that. They're all bad people.
We did not say they were bad people.
No, that's not what. That was the other category.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yes.
We'll say Java was very confused with what's happening. He's just got this big grin on his face.
Is it not the case, Lord Asteran of House Landstag?
It is the case. If you'll permit, Lord Dranstad, the guild will handle that which you cannot afford the time to investigate further, to clean up the messes left. I'll need to speak to the guild master, but I imagine such things can be done.
That clears up that thing. He says as he looks around to all the other representatives.
And then Lord Camdeath kind of raises an arm.
Please. As he's never sat down, by the way, he's always just stood and just kind of with folded arms looking at everything, where his seat is.
Clings as he moves.
The South
Hold down.
offers 3 garrisons of troops, 300 men, to anything that should warrant an army to assist. Of course, with due permission from the relevant nations prior to their arrival. But they will be under the Union's direct orders. Treat them well. Beyond that, we will permit a stipend for several resources to be provided to the group should they need it. Renval is plentiful. We can afford to give you some of the fat that we have. Use it well. Kind of gives Semi-Reeve a kind of pat on the shoulder as he leaves him still up on the plinth.
As I was saying, we need to be thinking as one. We need to think differently now. We can't hold on to old ideals of times gone past. What ifs and what could be's. So we don't know those what ifs and what could be's. We do know is if we don't stop this, there won't be what ifs, be's. There won't be future. And this is a place where we all live. Don't you want to save the place we all live? Or do you want to be the ones that are known to sit there and petty squabble over interests while the world burned? And sit down.
They give you a round of applause.
You see like a guy, dwarven man with a beard that seems to sparkle in the light of like greys and blacks. And he kind of stands up. Right. Pretty much, if everything's gonna be fucked, you're welcome to have, on request, pretty much most of the ores we gather. Be reasonable, there's like 4 of you. Unless you're planning to equip the army, in which case, at least give us a notice in advance, eh? But anything we dig up is welcome. As for what else we can do for you, I'll meet that army, solid 300 of our own lads, including a legion of goblin whackers. If you haven't been to Rodshire, goblin whackers are like this large wagon that stands up like this, and it's powered by goblins running motors, and those motors allow this thing to move, and then you control it to smash stuff. Great for mining, even greater for beating the shit out of something bigger than you. We'll also allow you to travel through our dirigible units, providing you have means to flare us down, and we have air permissions in that area. Which I'd imagine nobody has problem with, he says, looking directly at Gorilla. And then the person pipes up, with relevant guidance, of course, sure. Right, we'll pick up one of the scrawny ones and then we'll drag them on with us as we go and pick your lily asses up from wherever you want. Beyond that, if you want something requisitioned by a true smith, you're welcome to come and ask us for some of our stuff as well. To be fair, you haven't made it clear that you're a smith at this point.
Oh,
that's fair. I go, Ash. I should probably
Right,
not keeping his voice down at all.
that'll be me done. Your floor's yours, Aloran.
Right. Last order of business then. Do we have a record of the location of each of the gates?
You hear
I know
from...
that there is definitely one on Kalmar Isle and on Renvenel Province.
Sylvanti has one. You hear Grella say, we have one, yes. There's a further call from Rodshire. Aye, we got one. Added Kane answers, no, we have no. No, we have none. Teltoka goes, we have one on the secondary isle. Swindler's Bay, aye, we have them. And you hear from the...
we haven't.
Aye, we have them.
have them.
Yes, no.
The Chlorai says...
I got really confused then.
The Chloriles also, yep, we have one.
Sorry, my hamster's got himself stuck.
Alright.
Yeah, no, you're stuck. Well done. You dumbass. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, the Chlorile says, aye, we have one on the Isle of Tooth. And Renvel says they have one outside Stephenshire. And that, I believe, is all of them. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's it.
This is not a hand up. This is a during this discussion.
Yes.
Aldair's going to stroll on over to the claw representatives.
Yep.
Sort of plop herself in front and give like clearly a very awkward looking. How the fuck do you bow with respect to her? And then just go for the normal sort of Teltoka greeting. Forgive the words of the rest of my, I guess they're my group now. They were not meant as harshly as they seem. Their eyes are narrow to the struggles that your isle has been through recently. They do not feel the depth of your betrayal and your kindness. Please note we don't all feel the same. We are just glad for the help you have offered.
The badger reaches beside them, pulls out a small egg, and hands it to you.
She gets so fucking excited. Because she will literally, she'll hold that one in one hand, whip into her pocket, get another one out, and offer it to him. Like, hey, you get the idea.
He takes it and gives her like firm nod. Thank you.
And then you're very
I
welcome.
give you life in thanks for your words, and you give me life back.
Turns out they're just chocolate eggs. They didn't really like Easter.
What's that? They're like Cadbury's mini eggs. You guys are just missing out. You don't want our eggs. Whatever.
You haven't offered.
Indeed. I find eggs in general are a symbolisation of everything that can be and a promise of what can be in the future, as well as reminder that we are both fragile and strong, just as the egg is strong in shell, but delicate on the inside.
I
Someone
hope you.
gets it.
I hope your people do well to help me convince those back home.
I will make it my personal goal to make sure that they live up to my expectations and that they can prove, as I hope to prove, that you can trust us. At least this lot. Sort of gives a look at Jarvin, because that's the one that she's most worried about. Good heart, bad head.
Good heart, bad BO.
Bad everything else. I will endeavour to make sure that their eyes are opened to suffering outside of their own. I find many people cannot look at the balance needed to maintain a world only at their own grief and greed. Hopefully I can educate them better.
Understood.
And she'll give another little bow and then fly back to Camdeath with her egg, looking really fucking proud, like, see Uncle Camdeath, egg!
Camless nods and says, "Then it has been arranged. Agreements and pacts have been made. We'll make note of what is afforded to you and make sure it is known to those in their number. And for those of you going, thank you." May your journeys be fruitful. Do you have any idea where you wish to look first? Which gate you wish to investigate first? Of all the gates, the gate most dangerous and most volatile is known to be the Demon Gate, located in Renval.
Being that we are already in the Sylvanti province, I feel as if it would be auspicious for us to first investigate the Sylvantin Gate.
Very well.
I agree.
Then,
At that point, we shall swoop around to go to the Kelmar Isle and do that one. And then anti-clockwise from there.
well, if all is in agreement, this meeting of nations has been adjourned. And everybody disperses. As you pack your things, get ready to venture off as a group. Is there any last people you want to say something to, or any last words you wish to say as you depart?
I'll say you first.
Gonna go find the
Zarethian.
Zerethian.
You find Zarethian a little bit peeved, but otherwise you managed to at least do something. Yes.
I'm afraid you're going to be having to return to another news. She's not
That is-
going to like it.
Your arm, if you would. He waves a hand, and you see this like magical sigil appear, turn, and seemingly disappear as it imprints on you. Other one. Does similar thing.
Joke's on you, you're going home.
And he does that to you 3 times on your left arm, 3 times on your right. Hopefully that will suffice.
No what's
He gestures to your left arm. That's to dismiss spells cast against you. Gestures to your right arm. That's to remove effects on people or areas.
Seraphin can feel that I'm looking at him.
He does another one on your, like, he puts another one on your back and just does it. And you see several things happen. He goes, okay. Grin your teeth for a second. This might hurt a little. Trust me. A power flares through him almost in defiance as a sigil that you can't see because it's placed on your back, but you can see the glow of to be very bright. Anybody nearby you can see a sigil about 20 feet in diameter, 20 feet in radius, appears behind you and seemingly resolves into you as you take 3d6 damage.
Are you rolling that one?
Yep. 1, 2, 3. 8 damage.
Okay, here's the question. Where do I... Oh, there. So do I just put -8 or...
Yeah, if you just list the number -8, and that should be fine. Sure, because yeah, if you put 8, I think it's just 8 damage. So if you're in your damage log, you just put 8, and it'll note it down.
That right? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Oh yeah, it's done it. I see.
Yep. So
Magic.
he looks to you and says, "You'll be safe from scrying for a month."
Thank you.
You notice that there's like a little bit of blood running down like his cheek as well. It's like minor damage, but it's there.
They'll grab both their, grab a hand, basically two of their hands around one of their hands, because tiny hands. This means a lot, and I am so sorry for putting you in the position of having to talk to the guilds as well.
It's okay. I'll talk to Felicia about it. She's a lot better with those things. And as for talking to your mother, I know a thing or two about family troubles. Don't worry yourself too much about it.
Let her know that it felt right. And for once, I know what I'm doing.
Okay. Stay safe.
Without asking, they're gonna hug.
He looks incredibly awkward. It's like he doesn't know how to respond. He's like caught up a little bit with his like bone staff in between the pair of you.
You're just as bad. Relax. Just.
It's like shoulders relax for a second. He's like he looks like he's trying to relax, but it still doesn't know already how to respond.
Know how.
It's like puts
interactive with a child.
gingerly puts his arm around you and like pats you on the back twice. Keep your eye out.
And I look forward to returning with wondrous tales.
I'm sure the guild will love him.
Make sure that, a certain small person gets booped up the arse a couple of times for me.
You're lucky you're able to hit him.
He's getting predictable.
He
Always
gives him
sure in the second verse, always on the third beat.
So yeah. Zarathian leaves, giving Aster.
I'm going to duck out of the room, following him.
Oh fucking god! Cool. So you follow out the
The rest of
room
the party,
where Zarathian is. As you go into a corridor that's not basically maintained, like it seems to be empty of people. He turns to you. You turn to him. What?
Zarathian. Why so hostile?
You know I have no intention of joining your group.
And here I was about to extend another invitation to you.
I've had plenty.
Remember, Astron, if you ever wish to join his court, the offer still stands. He doesn't pay much mind to that tall prophecy behind your birth. You would see through that.
I have my place.
I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you.
He just turns and leaves. Whilst he's not looking at you, you have the feeling that he's able to see you still. His eyes peering through the back of his head, shearing at you. But he leaves.
I
Jarvan,
turn, I go back.
what were you doing?
I was writing a very long letter, so I can basically tell words.
So you're basically writing an invoice for all the things they've promised, and also an invoice for your extended duration on this quest as part of Libban Court.
Yeah, and I'm sending this all to Saranja
First.
Yeah, so that one proof, slightly proofread, but also like, hey, this shit's happening. I need you to kind of make it work. I believe in you.
That poor girl.
I'm going to be hanging out with an old friend for a bit while saving the world, apparently.
So you put all this stuff through, and they send this message to this person who used to be a part-time trader and divination mage, is now your accountant and full-time secretary.
Finances.
Oh my. Yep, you send it
He's
through.
the best person for it.
She's the best person for it. I can't hire a finance manager.
I can't trust poor Ashford with this.
So yes, you send that across.
Yes. I don't meet with moody person or stiff rigid person because I have no reason to. Though I will meet with Breathe.
Everybody's gotten his name wrong, like, consistently.
I can't remember his name, so that's why I'm just going stiff person.
Gadvar.
That's not a stiff person.
Oh, you're talking about, what's it called?
Camdeath.
Camdeath.
Yeah, Lord Camdeath, or, like, what's it called?
The
Malharan.
one that Aspran was just... Was that Camdeath? The Camdeath, the one that Aspran was just talking to?
No, that was
Oh, no, no.
Zarethian.
Yeah, Azerthian.
Yeah, he's also very stiff.
Yeah.
I'll
So,
not talk to him because I don't have...
so yeah, you head over to Malharan. He looks to you. Heading out.
So, I've been in a while. It's been a while since I've been on an adventure.
He looks to you, like looks you down and looks you back up. He says, "To attention!" You says, "First maneuver!" And you immediately go into the right stance for it. Strike! And he like pulls out his blade as he tells you repeatedly to strike, and you find yourself doing the normal attack patterns. He's like, "Second maneuver! Strike!" And you do the strikes on point. It's like,
As we're going through, I go, yes, I still remember the old moves. They haven't left me.
then you'll be fine, friend.
I'm curious. I want to ask one question.
Yes.
I will admit that the brief got me thinking. Do you remember my old
Your old name. Before you turned it to product.
name? Before I turned it to Java.
Before you turned into Javin, was that?
Yes. I'm
You
just
had-
curious, considering I am known only as Javin to all now.
I remember your name.
Fair enough.
Do you want it?
Wonder what?
Do you want your own
Esper.
name?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm like,
Do you want your own name? Or are you simply content with me knowing it?
simply knowing it is fine. I remember it only because of grief. It is a strange sensation, I must admit.
I think you're a lot better man after.
Now I would say you are one of very few that say that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do appreciate that.
Besides, you're always uppity about something or the other. I'd prefer this.
Well, next time we meet, I will have made a great gift for you, and I will give it.
I can't wait, he says with a chuckle.
I promise I will take more than 2 minutes of it.
He gives a smile. Understood.
Right, I should probably meet up with the others so they don't lose me. I am 50 people, it's very hard to lose me. I'm just gonna give him a pat on the back. I'll catch you now.
Best of luck, Dadvir.
All the best. And he walks off to meet with the others.
Cool. You venture forth to meet up with the others. Is Aldea going to give any sendings off or final goodbyes before leaving? Nope.
Hell yeah, she's going to fly into Gadvar and make all of the I think I wanna-
Fluttering noises.
yeah, fluttering noises and
Not
then
a
like
sentence I wanted, thought I would hear. Oh, I think I. Oh.
oh I thought I'd run him over but he's not under the chair, so that's fine. That's much better. Yeah, with
Potato.
I know, he will always sit under the wheels. I don't know why, but he'll sit under the wheels of the chair. It's so annoying because if it moves a millimetre, it catches his fur. But yeah, she'll fly to Gadvar with all of her 120 grams weight and splat into his chest, completely non-effective in any way, but giving the most effective hug that she possibly can.
He kindly hugs you back.
Well, I'll be off.
He kind of
Hopefully
holds you up. If you want any other fruits, you know how to get through to me the easiest way.
never to do so.
Nothing quite like tree whispers.
No, I don't know what I'm going to do without my tree either. Maybe I can use Jarvin as a replacement for the time being.
You can use any tree. You just have to listen a little harder.
I will do my best with the noise that I have joined. But I do have those headphones. Mufflers? Now, so that will be helpful. Take care of yourself and the grove while I venture to save the world, apparently.
Always.
Good. I have other things that I have not yet signed that I have now decided I might like to. Although,
He
please,
kind of looks to you with a flat face, just joy.
I give you my word, I will only use them in the most extreme circumstances.
He gives a
Their
chuckle.
importance is well known to me now.
You have been reserved enough already. I have no doubt you'll continue to be so.
I will do my best. Please don't tell Mother about the tattoo. I think she'd be able to
I'm not going
handle-
to open that barrel of worms. That's on you.
Like, Father, I think that'd be okay, but Mother?
Not on me. No. You're alive, you're well for now. That's all they need to know.
Yes, that's all they need to know, indeed. I thought it was fitting after our chat. It's not his fault.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I should probably go say goodbye to him as well, otherwise he will pout.
You see him in the corner after like sending away Jarvan, just pouting.
Yeah, exactly. And she'll give I've lost the name already. Gadfar a hug, and then take off the cockatrice berries necklace and put it over. Well, not put it over his neck because it won't fit, but just hand it to him.
Put him over his wrist. Just...
Yeah, put it over his wrist. Safe keeping until I get back. They're berries petrified by a cockatrice. My friend put them for me.
I see.
They're
Thank
very
you.
cool, aren't they?
Very.
And then one last squeeze, and then she'll flutter over to Candeth, and literally the same, just splat into him with zero like effect, even less effect probably. Big squish.
So yeah, he squeezes back.
You were pouting again.
I wasn't pouting. I was just worried that you weren't going to do the traditional goodbye.
Well, I'll do my traditional goodbye. And she'll sort of lean back a bit with a grin.
He gives you a
Reaches
hug.
into a pocket and gets a shiny rock of some kind that she probably got out of a river at some point and gives him it before snuggling.
He takes it, gives you a smile, and he goes, "Now I know how your parents must have felt."
Oh yes. Don't tell Mother about the tattoo. She will probably claw your face off. I mean, Father might be 6 foot tall and an eagle, but Mother is the one you have to watch for.
I don't believe I'm going anywhere near there anytime soon, so that will be on Gadvar's problem.
I see. Good.
Take care.
Well, I will, as best I can with this lot. I'll write when I can, or I'll have someone write for me when I can and get it sent to you.
He stands straight, puts the arm to his shoulder, and gives a small bow.
She sort of does her best to do the same, but she's going to have to do it because she doesn't want to get trodden on. She's going to do it while flying. Because I'm getting trodden on by all these big people, Yeah, I mean, it's a good job her wings and her arms aren't connected, so...
Yeah, that too.
Hello!
Welcome back.
My internet's just dropped out, like my router's
It's
showing
alright.
me an orange flashing light.
Well, we can see you perfectly fine for the time being, at very least.
I'm hotspotting from my phone.
Ah,
I
that's
think I've got
absolutely
5G,
fine.
So.
Because with that last warm moment from Eldea, all words being said, it is there where we're going to end it for tonight. It has been a pleasure to play with you all, and I look forward to doing it not next week, but the week after.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much applause. I loved it.
Round of applause. Thank you.